Good morning and welcome to the Committee of the Whole, March the 3rd, 2026. It is 8:33 and the chair calls this meeting to order. Mayor McKay, would you kindly read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes. The town of Wolfville acknowledges that we are located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. As a town committed to reconciliation and respectful governance, we ask that all who live, work, and gather here do so with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility. These teachings guide us in building a community rooted in understanding, fairness, care for one another, and for the land. Please pause for a moment of reflection. How can we be good guests on this land? We also acknowledge the histories, contributions, and legacies of the African Nova Scotian people who have shared these lands for over 400 years. And we acknowledge the shared ancestry of all people of African descent in Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mayor McKay. At this time, I would like to hand the chair over to Mayor McKay for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Approval of the agenda. There's no additions.
No additions to the agenda.
Thank you. So that will be approved as circulated. We have minutes from the Committee of the Whole, February 3rd, 2026. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, those will be approved as circulated. And we have minutes from in camera February 3rd, 2026. I assume those are correct as well. Seeing none, those two will be approved as circulated. At this time, I would ask for any declarations of conflict of interest for anything on the agenda today. I see none of those. There are no presentations. There is public input. So is there anyone here for public input? And no one online? Okay. Thank you. And then we'll move on to the staff report for discussion. So we are on RFD 013-2026, our municipal planning strategy and our land use bylaw amendments and our housing accelerator fund implementation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor McKay, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to hand it over to our planning team in just a moment to walk through the presentation today in the RFD. But I felt it was also important just to make a quick comment on where we stand in the journey that we've taken so far to this point before we get into the content of today. So this process is somehow almost coming up on 2 years in the making from awarding of the Housing Accelerator Fund grant through organizing how this approach is going to be taken into actually drafting amendments and changes to documents and zoning regulations and whatnot. So this has been a iterative process all the way along. There have been many touch points with the community, with stakeholders, with the Planning Advisory Committee, which has done a significant lift on this, and also now with Council through Committee of the Whole. It's been iterative. Council has listened, staff have listened, have made substantial improvements from when you look at where we first started to where we are today. And today is also a significant milestone as we really start the more formal process of formal consideration of these revised documents. So as we get into the presentation of the near final documents from Council, again, we invite the feedback, we invite the discussion, we invite the questions as to where things stand. Staff will do their best, as they have tried all the way along, to support Council and to support the decision-making process that we've undertaken. And yeah, today's a significant milestone. So thank you very much for all of the work that's gone into this to date, to staff and to Council, and look forward to the discussion. So with that, I'll hand it over to our team.
Thank you so much. My name is Jacob Ritchie. I'm from Fathom Studio in Halifax. I have Darian Chakarina here with us today, also from Fathom. And we're going to take you through a presentation of where we are with the planning documents and lead you into the questions that are proposed in the staff report that's before you. So without further ado, I'll share the screen here and go into presentation mode. All right. As your CEO said, it's been a long road to get here, but I think something that your staff team and yourselves should all be very proud of. We've seen many communities go through the conversations around HAF and think long and hard about how you manage land in your municipalities, and I think you've done a great job, really, and we've been really privileged to work on this with you throughout and see a town consider all these different eventualities for futures and really be thoughtful about how we move forward into the future. So we are quite excited for today and the coming weeks. So today we're going to go through the planning documents with you. We're going to talk a bit about the planning process and approval tracks that are written into the land use bylaw and the municipal planning strategy. We're going to talk about our technical standards, the strategy around residential uses, and then a downtown and mixed use strategy. And then we're going to end with the points of consideration that are in the staff report. So at the end of day on February 23rd, we integrated all feedback that we had gotten on all previous drafts into final versions that are before you today. Today, we are on the committee of the whole agenda, March 3rd. After this, we are hopeful to go to first reading on March 17th, advertise a hearing in April, talk about second reading, and then have council adoption of the planning documents, after which there is a ministerial review, which is a 30-day review that starts from the day you approve and send your documents through to the Provincial Department of Planning. So as a little revise or a little refresher for everyone, planning documents are a suite of tools that you guys use to regulate land use. They start with policy in your municipal planning strategy that is your guide for decision making. That provides conditions for all regulations that come into force, and it confirms the direction for the future. So this is a place where changing populations like we've experienced in the Maritimes and economic changes like we've experienced around the globe get articulated by elected officials and elected bodies to come into a direction for a jurisdiction. And that's what you guys have done in your municipal planning strategy for many, many years. And now you have a draft that reflects 2026 and the realities in our world today. Big pressures on Wolfville around growth and around resiliency and around changing some of the forms in which people live, as we've seen a shift in how families are living in 2026. That's really what's gone into there. When you have your policy set, you can start to build regulations. Your land use bylaw flows directly from your municipal planning strategy, and it gives the specific quantitative rules for how and when development and change can happen. And it details processes that staff follow to work with landowners to redevelop land or even to change uses on land. So even sometimes your land use bylaw is regulating things that don't have to do with the built form of buildings. They're about the uses that happen inside buildings. And these are all implemented by your staff. As a schedule to your land use bylaw, you have a design guideline, which is a review tool that helps the quantitative have a little more character. One of the things that really defines a town, any town, but especially Wolfville, is local architectural vernacular. This really does define what you feel makes Wolfville Wolfville. So sometimes we bring in design guidelines when you have something you really want to protect that is more than be 3 meters away from a property line, be less than 3 stories tall or something like that. And you want to get into the actual details of how a building is designed. You can bring in design guidelines that allow your implementing staff to have a little more wiggle room around some of the standards to bring good design to the fore. And then finally, you have a subdivision bylaw, which is another implementing tool that gives the specific regulations around how land can be subdivided, which ultimately determines the fabric of your community. A great example are the areas in the East End and in the West End of town where you've, in the last 10 to 15 years, adopted new subdivisions. So lot frontages, road standards, lot depth, parks, other local services that may be needed all sort of get regulated by your subdivision bylaw. So those are planning documents. Those 4 documents put together create a suite of tools that really are all about how land gets developed in Wolfville into the future. Darren, anything to add? Okay. So Planning process is an approval track. So this is really important for builders so that they understand what can be built in an area. It's really important for staff so they understand how they can review what's coming forward. And it's really important for community so that they can see where their input can be obtained and what's going to happen in their neighborhood. So this is, when this is done well, everyone in town understands it. So they're not caught off guard when change happens because they know something's going through an approval process and meets the bylaw. And when they see the sign go up on property or they see construction start, it's less troublesome for counselors because everyone in the community was aware that was going to happen because you're regularly updating your planning documents. You're having transparent and public conversations about development in your community. And that's really what we've tried to build into these updated planning processes. So when you look at your land use bylaw, you used to have more zones, but in our current version, you have a much tighter set of zones. You've got neighborhood zones in blue or teal, the downtown zones or zone in red, and in brown, you have institutional parks and open space zones. So when you look at your zoning map, which I believe you all have copies of, and you see these zones, if you own property or interested in a property in that area, you're going to start with the specific zone at the very top. If it's residential, R1 through R5, MU and CDD, you're going to read that page and you're going to understand the certain things that are specific to that zone particularly. Your next step will be to read the general requirements for neighborhood zones. So those are things that apply to all residential zones equally, and they apply to every residentially zoned property equally. And then beyond that, after you've satisfied all your R4 provisions and all your general requirements for neighborhood zones, you're going to have to conform to general requirements for signs, parking and loading requirements, development constraints requirements, and then general requirements for all zones. We wanted to show this to everyone so that we understand as we simplify our zones and try to make it clearer for people to understand what they can do on a property, there are still many layers of regulation in a land use bylaw to ensure that no development is happening that's going to be obnoxious or a perturbance to the general peace and positive atmosphere that is in the town of Wolfville today. So we like to talk a lot about how we simplify things because we think that's important for owners. But really, there are a lot of layers of regulations still included in land use bylaws, even after the updates we've made. The other thing that we think this graphic does, and this is included in your land use bylaw, is make it clear exactly where to look when you are trying to understand what can happen on your property, or sometimes even more importantly, what's happening on a nearby property. If you can pick up your local land use bylaw and understand what's possible on a neighboring property, it can alleviate a lot of concerns, a lot of calls to council, a lot of misconceptions that may be going around. So we think a really clear bylaw is helpful for that as well. We have three major as of right or processes or non-discretionary processes. The first one on the far left is permitted and permitted with conditions. This is the most simple application. This is for something that is completely what you would expect. So this is a term, and permitted is there as of right. In an R1 zone, we really think that's going to be your single family homes, right? You're just permitted. As long as you meet the building code and the setbacks and some of the other requirements, you're going to fly through that pretty quickly. And that's what you want when people are building the things that are expected to be built in an area. The next process is permitted with conditions. And we've used permitted with conditions in the residential zone to talk about some of these accessory dwelling units. So it's something that we allow, but there's an extra level of conditions to make sure that you're not going to be obnoxious or a hindrance on the peace and the peace and quiet of your neighbors, as it were. The next heavier process that we have is called site plan approval. And so in site plan approval, unlike a permitted and permitted with conditions, we're actually asking for a lot more detail around your site. So it's called site plan approval because we're asking for a site plan. And in that site plan, we're having to see details around the existing conditions on the site, how stormwater is managed, what you plan to do, where your grading is going to be changing. I think we've seen on some of the developments in town in the last few years that it was permitted and allowed, but we maybe weren't aware how much change was going to be happening on site, certainly on some sloping sites where retaining walls are being built or sloping conditions are leading to a story coming out of the ground in a way that's surprising. So our site plan approval process is going to get more detail from the applicant and allow your development officers to have a really good conversation with them, where they can work through some of these design details. They also have the ability in here to pull on your design review working group to get advice when they need it. And that's something that's been worked into the site plan approval process as well. Our final path is a discretionary path, and it's the development agreement approval process. So development agreements have been a tool used by council for some time. Development agreements are the heaviest form of regulation in terms of how many hours of staff time it takes to get it done. Because what you're doing is you're taking the land use bylaw and you're sort of accepting a property from parts of that land use bylaw and saying you're not going through the site plan approval or the permitted approval path. You're going to negotiate every detail of your development, and you're going to sign a contract with council, and the town and the landowner will enter into a contract to say what can happen on that site, and that contract gets attached to the property as a burden or a benefit to the property. So you'll see on the Nova Scotia Registry of Deeds, this actually gets attached, and then if the land gets sold, they're still beholden to that requirement. So development agreement is a heavy form of control. It takes an intense amount of staff time to create. And we do still have areas where that's warranted because you're looking for something in an area where you really want to have this ability for council to weigh in and for a little more investment in design consideration by the applicant. So we're still using that tool. We're just using it less than we have in the past. There is an entire process that includes town council. So we've articulated that clearly here in this path. The public information meeting is with town council. The PAC report and review comes to council. Committee of the whole will meet and discuss this, and the public hearing happens here at town council as well. So again, that's the very public process that has happened over the years on larger development sites. And that is still a path in the new land use bylaw. We're just not using it as frequently as we have in some of the other in the earlier versions. Darian, anything? Okay. So
Can I stop for a second?
of course,
We're going to ask questions as we go, or do you want to do them all at the end?
I would like to do them all at the end.
Okay.
And that way we can ensure that we get through this piece
Sure.
cleanly. And then we do have the decision points all listed at the end of it.
Okay.
So what is a little bit different, instead of every zone listing everything that's allowed in this land use bylaw, which is a common way that we used to write land use bylaws, we now have a permitted uses table. So you can see the differences in the different residential zones. And when we lay it out like this, we find it's helpful because you can see the differences between the zones. So it highlights how R3 is different than R4. And you can see there are things that are not allowed in R1 that are not allowed in R2. And generally, as you go up in zoning, you're allowed to do more residential things, allowed to do a little more residential density. But then we also have these neighborhood commercial uses that we're allowing in certain areas that we think are exciting to be adding because they give that vibrancy to our neighborhoods and they allow more areas to have access to commercial uses that are benefits to residents. The downtown land use table similarly has a bunch of commercial uses that you would expect to be allowed, and then some that are only allowed through permitted with conditions or site plan approval. So that we're carrying that forward from history in the commercial zones into the downtown zone. And then we have an opportunity to discuss. So if you have any questions on these approval paths, we can talk about them now.
Thank you, Jacob. So if we go back to the first one, so this, go back one more, maybe another one. The roadmap there. So that was new to us in these documents. So is everybody okay with this roadmap, and had they used it to go through this process? Everybody okay with that one? It was an addition. Okay, that was helpful. I think it's much more user friendly. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That too was new in this version. So is everybody happy with this version of this? There was a couple of changes made, so that looks good. Okay, we can go on. Are we going to talk about this now, or is there another opportunity to do this one later, or is this
So at the very end of this morning, when we're done our slides, we do have an opportunity to go into the nitty gritty if we want. We've got the question on the map. Did we get the map right? Did we get the uses right? So we can have a larger conversation, but I'll leave it to you. I would rather frankly go through everything and then go back to get into the details, but we can just highlight that there are issues here that
Yeah.
I think counselors want to discuss.
Definitely need to come back to this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Councilor Elliott.
The page isn't listed there, so it's hard to kind of, while you're talking about it, go to the page and then note if you have a question.
Okay. I think at the,
Me?
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on it, but I
Yeah.
can't find.
For the purpose of our discussion today, as we're going through, I'm going to be marking down all the discussion points to come back to, and I'll indicate the page numbers. So when we return at the end of the presentation, I'll
Okay.
have that ready for you folks.
Perfect. Amazing.
And there are good references in your staff report as well. The presentation is really a complement to your staff report. Your staff report should be pointing you to those pages in the bylaws, and I believe they do.
Okay, so let's
Okay.
highlight that one. And then we'll do the same with this one at the end too, if there's concerns with that one.
So what I hear from council is we'll come back to those use tables.
Yeah.
And that's an important place where we want to land. Thank you for that. So our next section we wanted to talk through, make sure everyone has a chance to be focused in on some areas, is our technical standards. So technical standards are the aspects of the land use bylaw where your DOs are going to get out their protractors and their rulers and their measuring sticks and really get into the details. So we have site plan applications. This is the font's a little small. It's difficult to put a very large document on there. Darian, offhand, can you tell me what page of the land use bylaw, the site plan approval, section 2.1 is?
Oh God, this is page, I think 50, no, this is page 4. I'm so sorry, folks. I don't have this on top of my head. I'm getting it up right now as we
Yeah.
speak.
I will say it is section 2.10 and the sections are in sequence. So it is section 2.10. and
Page 4, I was right. It's page 4. I'm feeling confident about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot here. We want to have this conversation today, sort of what we're looking for. But when you're looking for a site plan approval, there's some normal things like the fee and the form, right? This is always going to be listed. We need a topographic survey. We need a site plan and a conceptual grading plan. We need a stormwater management plan signed by a civil engineer in accordance with the stormwater management design guidelines. Architectural plans prepared by a licensed architect for applications located in the design guidelines area, or plans prepared by a relevant professional or technician in areas outside the design guideline area. In those, you should show the height, the street wall height, setbacks pursuant to each zone, building elevations and articulation on all sides, including signage and lighting, notes on building materials, floor plans for every level, and a perspective rendering of the building showing context and or a 3D model. We also need a servicing schematic. And with buildings more than eight units, we need a traffic impact statement. So that difference, that first column on the left, permitted and permitted with conditions, you don't need all these things. You need to just confirm that you meet the land use bylaw in quantitative terms for setbacks and heights, but you don't need all of these professionals to have signed off. When we start to add those professionals, we're adding cost to the folks who own the property. And we think that cost is appropriate considering the economic benefit of redeveloping multi-unit buildings. So you really start to introduce these things like a licensed architect, a civil engineer for traffic study, for stormwater, and the civil engineer for a traffic study really come later. Those are tens of thousands of dollars when they start to get added up. So you can start to see how those costs would be a hindrance to something small like an accessory dwelling unit. But if you're doing 16 to 60 units, you build that into your pro forma. So we think it's an appropriate cost for a landowner to have to take on. And it's going to give your development officer the confidence that a regulated professional who has technical skills, has looked at this site, done some analysis and signed off to say this is how it is. The other nice thing in site plan approval is you have a commitment from the owner that they're doing something around stormwater management. And before you give them their occupancy permit, you're going to the site to see that they built it the way they said they'd build it. That's why you have your grading plan, but then at the end, you'll have a grading certificate that is the confirmation that it got built the way you said it is on the plans. We know there are many anecdotal stories in our own lives where we saw someone say they were going to build one thing and then they built something and it doesn't look or feel the way that it did in the renderings. So we do see this from time to time, and site plan approval is meant to give the community more confidence that the folks who are building new developments in Wolfville are doing it the way they said they'd do it. And when we have that confidence, we start to get some positivity around new development and not the somewhat antagonistic conversations that can happen around new development if people don't feel that a promise made was kept. There are additional criterias in 2.1 or criteria in 2.11 applying to all development permitted through site plan approval. And this is the location of the new structures, parking and loading, the type, location, and height of walls, pedestrian walkways, outdoor lighting, the location of all easements are shown, grading or alterations are minimizing undue erosion, and the management of storm and surface water is addressed. And then the type and size of signs and structures. So you can see like we're really digging into the details here so your development officers can negotiate to get a better development for the community. I won't dwell on this too long, but this is very important. When we show you those 3 columns of different processes, we really wanted to show this and spend some time on it to show really that middle column, it is not a development agreement, but it is a heavy design-focused process that your staff have the ability and the passion and the desire to get good developments for the town of Wolfville, but it doesn't involve the public hearings, the appeals, the votes at council, because they're sort of agreed that site plan approval is a heavy enough path to confirm we're going to get something we want, and we trust our staff to get the best outcomes for the town of Wolfville in those cases. That's really what a site plan approval is. It's all that level of detail that you might get in a development agreement without having to go through the public aspects of the development agreement. All right. Stormwater management guidelines are a separate document for you guys in the town, but we wanted to focus on them a bit because we know when we're talking about change in residential areas, and especially where you guys have one, I know it's not strictly a consistent and regular slope, but you do slope down towards the bay. You have overland water issues that come up as you develop uphill, right? And then it changes the way water flows downhill. It is contentious for many people, and it can ruin your quality of life if the quality of your yard has changed based on development that's happened uphill from you. So you guys have a good control over these things. You have some really good stormwater management guidelines, and in the site plan approval and the DA applications, you are required to do this. And even in the permitted, you're never really able to alter how water flows off your property, right? So you're always going to have control for that, and your staff are going to be on top of that. I have on the screen an R5 example. I want to be clear, this is not something that is happening in many places in Wolfville. R5, I've used it as the example because it's the highest density zone you have. And because it's the highest density, it has the most callouts on the built form diagram. So we put this up here because it allows us to talk about all the different built form standards that we put in place on buildings. And if you look around this slide, you can see them, and I am going to run through them. So on all of our sites in Wolfville where we have allowable development, we have these sort of standards. So there's a maximum building width and depth. So regardless of how big your property is, there is a limit to how big a building can be and still feel human scale. I think I've heard it about buildings that are being built in town right now, that sometimes these dimensions and the size of the building is getting to be a bit too much. So we put a maximum building width and depth of 60 meters on all properties. So that's across the board in most on all zones. You're never going to get buildings bigger than that. That's the absolute maximum it could be. And after that, they'd have to stop the building. And if they had a big enough property to build a bigger building, they're going to have to build multiple buildings. Minimum street wall setback is very important to us. It is an admission that when buildings are taller than 3 stories, they can really start to bear down on the street and the pedestrian experience. So when you get to the third story, you can't go any higher without stepping back. So the building steps back and then you can go to your additional height. That's very common throughout all of your zones. We have a step back when the building goes above 3 stories. There is an exception for some of that street wall that allows it to go straight up, but it's only for 30% of the street wall. So it has to be 2 meters step back for at least 70% of the street wall. The reason we allow those variations is for architectural interest, so that a site can put a little bit of a different design together that maybe does have a small portion that goes up the whole height. It won't, because it's limited to 30% of the frontage, it's not going to dominate it's not going to dominate the pedestrian environment the way it would if it was the whole front of the building up 5 or 6 stories. The street wall height is a minimum of 2 stories, a maximum of 3 stories. So you can never be 3 stories high, or sorry, you can never be higher than 3 stories on your street wall. We have a minimum flankage yard setback of 4 meters. And we have a minimum front yard setback of 4 meters. And we have a minimum side yard setback of 6 meters if you're abutting an R1, R2, or R3 zone property, and 3 meters otherwise. We allow up to 20% of the ground floor to be commercial in the R5 area. And then we have a series of lot area requirements. So we have a maximum lot coverage for hard surfaces, 50% lot coverage, and 60% hard surface, in addition to the 10% available subject to subsection 4.32.4, which is about the conditions of how your parking is designed. We have a minimum lot frontage of 6 meters per unit for townhouse dwellings, 9 meters for semi-detached, and 12 meters for all other uses. So you can't have a lot that is less than 12 meters wide and build on an R5. There are no R5 lots that have less frontage than that. And then we have a minimum lot area similarly that says 372 meters for all dwellings, and then 220 meters for semi-detached and 130 square meters for interior townhouse dwellings. So this is one of the most complicated ones. I've put it up just so you can see those types of things. And I wanted to make sure that if you have questions about any individual type of call out here, we have a moment to talk about it. So that's why we put this slide up. It is the most complicated, but it has every example on it. So when you go through your bylaw and you look at the R4, the R3, there'll be fewer and fewer of these standards. But because the large buildings in R5 are the highest risk to be the highest risk for being seen as too different from the rest of the built form in the community, we have the most standards around how to build it. We have quite a few definitions that have been added. We did share with you I believe we shared with staff the full list of all the changes. We've added a lot of them here, and we want to make sure that we have time today when you want to go back to them. We can talk about these individual definitions that have been added. For everyone's attention today, townhouse dwelling, end unit townhouse, and interior unit townhouse are important definitions that are new. Accessory dwelling unit internal and accessory dwelling unit detached are new. External staircase is new. Story is new. We're not measuring height in meters, we're measuring it in stories, so we have to define a story. Residential care facility is new. Street wall step back that I just went through. Qualified professional, because we're asking for so much from the applicants to have qualified professionals, we've had to define that. Nursing home bed, and then street wall. These are in alphabetical order, I believe, or loosely alphabetical order to fit on the screen. But yeah, these definitions are all at the back of your document. We can go through any of them with you today. We're just highlighting for you that this is a place where, I think I've said this to the council before, your definitions are where you can really get caught when you adopt new regulations. So you can think that I've done it really well, this is the zone I want here, but then if there's something in the definitions that allows something to be built in that zone and we miss the impact that may have, it can cause issue for your community in the future. So we want to really want to be careful with definitions when we go through this. And then we have an opportunity to discuss. So can we highlight some of these issues that we may want to go back to?
Thank you. Do you want to flip backwards a couple of pages so we can just sort of go through them? That was the first one. So site plan applications, do we want to come back to this later, or is everybody okay with the guidelines that were laid out?
I just have a question, sort of more for clarification, so I understand. You talked about the traffic study beyond 8 units. Is it 8 units and beyond that you need a traffic study, or it has to be over 8 units?
You go ahead,
The
Derek.
additional requirements are levied for buildings over 8 units.
Over 8 units, so 9, 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and so who does that? Like, I mean, we're mindful of traffic and sometimes you think, oh, that building's gonna cause a lot of, you know, issues. Who does the like, and we're doing traffic studies now, who does the traffic study and how intensive is it?
Traffic studies are typically performed by transportation engineers. That's why we've expanded upon the qualified professional section within the land use bylaw. So people with a background in transportation and the ability to study those metrics and determine the impact of new development.
So my question is, if the traffic study fails, would that unit not be able to be built?
I mean, what happens usually is there's a recommendation that says there is an impact. And when there's an impact, they'll say what that impact is, and they'll offer mitigating measures that can fix that impact. It's very common that you might have to introduce a left turn only lane or a right in, right out lane. Like it's little lane changes in the road right of way that have to happen, or occasionally streetlights. Probably not in Wolfville, to be honest, but could be an intersection change nearby. And at that time, as a town, you can put that cost on the developer if the development moves forward. So what a traffic impact statement and the study does for you is it tells you the scale of the problem and what it will cost to fix the problem, and then you can direct that cost at the developer, and then they can decide if they want to go forward. A big enough traffic problem can sink certain projects. Like we've worked on projects in towns where the project's a great idea, it's in the right spot, but the traffic lights need to be updated, and it's a $1.1 million project, and someone's building 60 units, and it doesn't make sense. So like the traffic studies can stop development. What it is it's information for the town so that you know what's going to happen and you can decide what to do with that. So you don't fail when the traffic study fails, you have a new decision to make, because we can always fix traffic problems if we invest in the infrastructure. And because this is being pushed by private development, you have the opportunity to push that cost onto them as well.
Can I follow up to that? So we have never, to my knowledge, done that. So do we have an avenue to do that? What's the avenue to do that? Because I've never seen it done. Like, is it, we just say, this is, you now need to do X, because I mean, that's work on our streets, and
Yeah.
our infrastructure. So how does that go?
You have the right in the MGA to ask for that because you haven't done it that much, because you don't have, I know you have traffic problems that are growing, but those are born out of your growth of your town and the growth of Nova Scotia. So it's new to you guys. But yes, you have the ability to ask for that. I don't know if right now, I think you would have the right, you have the right to ask for it. I don't know if you have the legislative process in place as a council right now, or if you'd have to negotiate that with the developer at the time. Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah.
So we have many projects that have required traffic studies and medium and short, some are really short-term recommendations. So most of what we would have on sites have been access and egress issues onto sites, and then local sort of issues around sidewalks and crossings has typically been the issues. Are larger developments, really it's as Jacob said, recommendations around left turn lanes and future considerations to monitor development as it's going in. So we haven't, I think what you're referring to is, could we get a specific development to pay for lights on Main Street? Is that?
No,
where
that's
you
not
mean?
my question. Just so if there was something, let's say, well, I can think of a couple, but I'm not going to say what, call them out. If they needed a left-hand turning lane at the end of the street, say, because it's going to be an R5 building of however many units, then what is the process for us to transfer that cost to the developer as opposed to the taxpayer?
We have the ability to do that. We just haven't we haven't got to that point with some of our projects yet.
Do we have do we have a policy that says that is what we will do? Because I don't know that we do. I've not seen it. I can't recall it if I have.
I don't think we do.
So I'll flag that as something that we should have if that's what we wish to do.
It is outside your land use bylaw. It is a good consideration and it's a good pickup. I don't think you are at a scale where your TISs, because the buildings there's no 400 unit building coming.
No.
Right? Like these are the ones. What's that?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I think she's saying
Wendy,
but.
So there's no so at the 60 units, the amount of trips that are generated or that's a lot of what the civil engineers are bringing to this is sort of their standards for what does it mean to have 60 units? How many cars is that? How frequently do they go in and out? And what does that do to your local traffic? Generally, those volumes aren't such that they're tipping the scale in the performance of your intersections. And even some of what can be frustrating for council and community sometimes with traffic studies is that because you're studying one building, even if it's 60 units, there's thousands of units. Well, no, there's thousands of people in Wolfville. There's thousands of cars in Wolfville. So it's rare that they are tipping you, that 60 units is tipping you to that next performance standard. So it's rare that you're actually having to do this for smaller buildings. They're usually absorbed into your local traffic in a way that doesn't change. Even if you have a poor performing intersection today, it may be likely that it shows up as poor performing after the 60 units are added, but it was already poorly performing. So it's rare that it's really the very large developments that start to tip the scale on local traffic. So you have traffic issues here on your main street because you don't have other routes. Really, you've got one route through town, right? So those new developments are going to add to that, but percentage wise, again, this is why you do the studies.
Yeah.
This is they'll tell you the actuality of it for each individual one. That's why we ask for them. But the scale of them in this town, in this bylaw, may not be such that you're getting to that point. But when you do, your staff will have to work on a strategy there that's transparent and understood by council, so you know how you're asking for that money.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Councillor Elliott.
I have a couple of questions if that's
Right.
all right.
100%.
First off, is there a scale of number of units for determining whether site plan versus development agreement? Like, is there a cutoff? I'm thinking of the 28 units on Highland Avenue that are in the future. That's been a lot of concern, and it's site plan.
Yep. On your table 8.1 page, it's table 8.1 in section 8. It shows these things, Councillor Elliott. So
Okay.
page 42, you can see in R3, for example, less than 16 units, you can go through site plan. If you are over 16 units and under 24 units, you're going by development agreement. Okay?
Well, so I don't understand the 28 units on Highland being site plan. It's never come to PAC.
Yeah, so they have 4 properties, so they're not, each individual property would be, in that case, 7 units, I assume. 6 and 8. And so they're not one development, they're 4 properties.
So it's a workaround.
You always can own multiple properties.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and my other question is around the design review committee setup. We have an amazing design review committee. Are they tasked to look at just structure or the siting of the building?
They're allowed to look at
Well,
siting
both.
of the building. So the site plan, the design review working group has a pretty open mandate.
Okay.
And by using them more, which our bylaw recommends, you're going to get your development officer and your design review working group with the applicant early on. And you can talk about siting of the building early on. And certainly, I think by the time a private owner has sited a building, they've done that engineering. They've looked at how much earth needs to be moved. They've looked at their stormwater management plan. There's going to be a lot of technical considerations around the siting of a building. I am hopeful that your applicants are coming having done that work so that they can answer the questions intelligently when the design review working group says, we'd like this building to be here, and then you'd be able to talk about the checks and balances. But it is very much within the purview of the design review working group and your staff to talk about the siting of a building in a site plan approval application.
That's really good to know,
Yeah.
considering the two buildings that bother me on Pleasant and on Maple. That's great. Thank you.
Do you want to move ahead, Jacob, to where we were?
Yeah.
Stormwater guidelines. This is a big one. I'm gonna look to Howard if he's our water, not yet,
Yeah.
or do you want to wait till the end? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I recognized as I was going through this, we threw a lot at you with the R5
Yeah.
example. It was meant to overwhelm. It is the most.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure you're clear on all those different terms that we're using. They are all defined in the definitions, but they are all new.
Okay.
Some are new, sorry.
And I'm thinking that we'll probably look at those definitions at the end and make sure we're okay with those as well.
Okay.
So let's flag those. Yeah. We'll flag those to go unless someone has a question of these right now. Yours can wait.
Wait.
Yeah, some of those are new to us, so we can go through those at the end as well.
All right.
Okay.
All right then. So we just went through pretty technical parts of the regulation there. So the application process and the technical details and some of the requirements of an applicant. Your MPS, your municipal planning strategy, and your land use bylaw really give you your residential strategy. So we've talked a bit already, sort of like, because we've been talking about this for a long time, you guys know about the variance and the gradients of residential, but we wanted to take a second to talk about it. So when we were working on this process directly after the HAF project kicked off, we talked about new zones and new zone structures using terms like low density residential restricted, medium density residential. And we were doing a lot of work with council and community members to sort of translate between the old bylaw and the new bylaw. And what we ended up doing with the guidance of council and staff was just going back to the nomenclature that everyone knew and understood. So we do have, we still use terms like low density residential, but the label we're using on these are now our R1, R2, R3, R4. And that really does start to get comfortable because it's the numbers and the letters people already know. And there's value to that in this whole world of we want citizens and developers to understand what they can do with land and what's going to happen on land. We should not be changing our labels and our nomenclature unnecessarily. So we have moved to a residential strategy where we do have a traditional single family home, low density residential restricted area that we're calling R1 that is known well in the community as R1. We have the next step up, which is low density residential, still low density, still residential in nature. And then R3, we're looking at medium density residential. That's where we're getting some of these townhouse applications, really up to that 24 unit sort of size. It's pretty common. We want to see more of that on appropriate properties. So we've made it as a right process in many cases in R3. And then R4 and R5 are two different flavors of high density residential. We showed again the most high density that's only used on 4 sites in town, the R5, maybe 5 sites. I think that's one of the questions we have today. But then R4 is looking more at your sites that have held multi-unit housing for some time or are very large lots and have a benefit to be turning into high density residential because of their proximity to services, whether that be commercial services downtown or transportation nodes transportation infrastructure through town. We also still have a mixed use zone. So mixed use there's 2 ways to think about this. And I think I actually have a slide on this. So, oh no, I don't. Okay. I'll talk about mixed use. In most places, land use bylaws only came into effect in the middle of the 20th century. But we've had housing development and land development in Canada for several centuries. So there were pre-existing uses when bylaws came into force. So mixed use zone, when you see MU zone in Canada, it's usually like a catch-all to try to grab some properties where like maybe you had a house with a garage where they were doing mechanics work, or maybe you had a nursing home, or maybe you had a commercial use in a residential area, but it's been there before the residential area grew up. So we blanket them with this mixed use zone so that they can continue to exist, have the right to continue to exist. And what you get inside those are like these catch-all zones where you've got sometimes you get some weird boundary conditions because some use has been happening in an area for several generations, but a residential neighborhood has grown up around it. And that's what we see in a lot of mixed use areas when we're writing bylaws. We do like to use that zone to capture and allow people to exist and have a future. If we just overlay them with a zone that doesn't match their current use, you're allowed to continue to exist, but you become what's called a legal legal non-conforming use. So you're not allowed to expand and you're not allowed to renovate. Sometimes it becomes a real burden for landowners. If they're allowed to continue their flower shop, but they're not allowed, if they were building a new flower shop, it really becomes this restriction on their future that we don't like to do. So mixed use zoning is a catch-all that we drape over areas where there's a lot of different uses going on. And it is very common because settlement in Canada predates zoning. The other thing that we do inside these mixed use zones is we admit that sometimes it's good to have mixes of things happening in one property. So it's mixed in two ways. It's both mixed in the variety of things that happen in the zone and then within the buildings, because you've already got a bit of a hodgepodge of uses going on. We say, let's continue to develop some mixed uses inside buildings. So we don't get as restrictive in saying this shall be a residential use or this shall be a commercial use. We allow the mixing in the buildings too, because when you're in these mixed use zones, you're getting those mixes of use anyway. So that's our mixed use zone. Heavily residential in Wolfville with some exception, but there's a future for everyone who exists in that zone. We still have a comprehensive development district zone defined in the bylaw, although it is not assigned on any properties. It's a strength to have this carry forward, even though you no longer have it as a use in case you need to rezone some properties later. It gives you a framework for doing that your staff will understand. We have a single downtown zone now. It can also hold residential, so it becomes part of your residential strategy. But just like the mixed use areas, downtowns that are successful have a mix of uses inside individual buildings. So we've carried that forward. And then we do have the institutional and green space zones that do not relate to the residential strategy, except in that university does have residential uses, at least short-term residential uses through their residences on their campus. So inside the residential area, we are allowing accessory dwelling units. This has been common for many years in any university town, and you've allowed it in some areas to certain degrees for a long time. The HAF across Canada has encouraged this sort of thing so that we can get more use out of the land that's already built and serviced. So a big difference for Wolfville was that we've heard from the community that we don't want 4 units as of right everywhere. And that was a term that got thrown around a lot by our previous federal government. And it sort of defined a lot of HAF processes. In your R1, your low density residential restricted, we are not allowing 4 units. We're allowing 1 detached accessory unit. And if you have that detached accessory unit at permit time, the owner has to be living on property. So that's quite a restriction we've added. We've also increased the buffers to your rear and side yard to that accessory dwelling unit. So it can't be as close as say a garage or a shed could be. We've also limited its size. It can't be in relation to the main building on the lot. We've restricted its height. So it can be 2 stories, but no more, which is shorter than the R1 requirement for a single family home. And we have prohibited it from existing in the front yard or a flankage yard of a building. So it can't be closer to the street than the main building. So we've put a lot of rules around these ADUs. The good news for people who are interested in ADUs is that your properties are so large on average in Wolfville that you're still going to be able to fit these on many residential sites. But because we've put these restrictions in place, it's not to the degree that's going to change the residential character of your low density restricted neighborhoods. In the low density neighborhoods, the R2 neighborhoods, we are allowing more units. We still have controls on the size of the building, the buffering, the relation to the main building, these are all still in place. We're just allowing more units in the attached ADUs that are inside the main building, as well as a detached ADU to allow some of that density to exist. Again, when we think back to when Canada as a nation started to get interested in local zoning, it was this idea that there are a lot of single family residential zones in Canada that aren't allowing people to be flexible into their future, to allow in-law suites, to allow a little extra income if you need that. Like they wanted to introduce this flexibility for people. And that was one of the principles of HAF. And I think your staff and council and community have helped us write this in a way that works for Wolfville. So we've spoken a fair amount about it. I'm sure we'll talk about it today, but I just wanted to be clear that we have put a lot of conditions on the detached ADUs, and we have conditions on the attached ADUs as well. We are confirming as well, I should say, that I didn't mention this before, but the accessory dwelling unit will have no more than 2 bedrooms. And you will need 1 additional parking space on the same lot for every accessory dwelling unit as well. So the idea that cars are going to be parked all over the streets for the renters in these accessory dwelling units, we've negated that as well. All of those are going to be approved through the permitted with conditions. So all of those extra conditions I just listed mean that ADUs are PC all throughout that use table. PC means permitted with conditions. So that's our residential strategy. Separate things out, be clear where high density goes, understand there's site-specific high density in R5. There's some general high density in areas that make sense. You have a low-density residential strategy that adds ADUs, and you have your R3 is your missing middle, where we're allowing townhouse and mid-rise, not even mid-rise, low-rise development to allow more density for the town in areas that make sense.
Deputy Mayor?
It's just a comment overall before I get into the nitty gritty. So when I went through the proposed LUB, there was built form diagrams in every single from R1 to R5. That's great. In R1, you had built form and then you had a figure, an illustration, but you didn't have any illustrations in the other ones. R2 didn't have like an example of what duplex would be or a townhouse would be. You don't have any illustrations in there. I'm a visual learner, so I would like to see those in the old MPS and LUB does have those. So I would like to see that overall have examples in there and not just the built form.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think these were discussed fairly heavily the last time round. So I think we're generally speaking okay with those. When we look at the map and the table 8.1, I think we'll have some more discussion, but this is good.
Okay. Super. All right. So I've talked a bit about our mixed use strategy already. I sort of tipped my hand a bit before I get to the slide. The MU zone, now you can see what I was talking about before. This is where the MU zone is applied. These are your nursing home sites. Some of these are sort of quasi-institutional facilities. Some of these are inns, but these mostly are concentrated along Main Street, sort of, again, the original development areas of town that weren't the downtown. So that's where you see these mixes of use. Darian, anything to add about the mixed use zone? Okay. We also tried to highlight for everyone where there are these abutting zones. I talked briefly about this, but abutting zones are where we can have this perception of conflict or real issue with conflict. You can have both perception of conflict and you can have real conflict. We have places where MU abuts R2 and we have places where MU abuts R1. And we've shown that on this map. The R1 abutting is very rare. And the R2 abutting is a little more common. It's actually one of our most common abutting conditions is MU against R2. Because of this, we increased buffering. So one of the biggest things we can do to stop impact on other private lands from another private land without eliminating the rights of that private owner is to increase buffering. So just areas where you have to be stepped back for any development from the property lines. That's the biggest control we have, and it's what we've introduced in almost all of the zones. You'll see a buffering or a side yard condition that says the side yard and the rear yard shall be X meters, except if abutting this zone, then it shall be this many meters. So that's how we manage that in a land use bylaw. The commercial corridors policy is something that again gets to a little bit of innovation in a land use bylaw regulation. We've used this sort of Euclidean zoning that I've been describing for a long time to say certain uses go in certain places. What we're doing now and what we're introducing, what the HAF projects across Canada have allowed people to think about is these mixes of uses, what makes it affordable to live somewhere because I can, or more pleasant to live somewhere because I can get to more of what I need without having to get in my car. That's the theory. Neighborhood commercial is something that we've lost over time in Canada as we got more and more strict to say, no, this area is just for this one thing and this area is for this one thing. And when those areas aren't close enough together, you don't have access to the thing you need, whether it's a corner store or, you know, I'll date myself, but like your VHS rental spot or like, it's like these things used to be in our neighborhoods and now more and more they're in commercial strips defined by multinational corporations, large parking lots, and bad stormwater management practices. So we want to reintroduce commercial to try to stem the tide and get more of, and truthfully, it's what made Wolfville downtown so successful is that all these things are available and people can walk to them. And that's what we wanted to introduce here. So everything in blue is a property that fronts onto what we've called commercial corridors. Not because they're commercial in nature, but because they could allow this neighborhood commercial. So this map shows properties that would have the ability to put a small neighborhood commercial use inside your property, regardless of what you're doing right now. So this is that, I think it's up to 1,600 square feet. It could be 1,200 square feet. 80 square meters. 800 square feet. I apologize. So up to 800 square feet, very small, sort of boutique type use inside an institutional building, inside a residential building, inside an industrial building if it were there. Like really, regardless of what your overlay is, regardless of what the principal use is, these very small commercial uses can happen on these blue properties. And again, it's introducing flexibility without knowing exactly what they'll be. Sometimes in land use bylaws, we've gotten too specific, I'll say, thinking we can zone everything and know exactly what will happen everywhere. And that isn't really the case. So this is an attempt to be a little more loose and say, maybe something's going to come up in these areas. We don't know what it is, but we want to allow it if it meets these conditions. And these conditions are parking's available and it's less than 800 square feet. Oh, how embarrassing for us. We were wrong 3 times. The right answer is 1,200 square feet. Again, a small boutique. It's not very large. 1,200 square feet is not as big as this room. It's about half the size of this room, I would say. So you're really looking at quite a small space that would be allowing inside these buildings. So I think the thing that may be confusing about this is we called them commercial corridors, thinking that we would be changing the use to commercial in these areas. That's not what we're suggesting. We're suggesting a small amount of commercial activity is a positive in these areas because these corridors are ways that people get in and through your town. So that is our residential and mixed use. Downtown is another area that, again, it's been very successful for you guys. In Wolfville, you have one of the most successful downtowns in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada, really. I think that's clear. We all feel that when we're here. You all feel it when you live here. We've expanded the downtown zone over some areas that used to be residentially designated because those buildings were already acting more like downtown buildings, even if they are currently residential. Because we didn't want to lose the character of the neighborhood, we're not allowing big form changes. And we're still allowing all the residential uses to exist through Schedule A1, but we have made a single downtown zone. The other thing I wanted to say about this is really that Schedule A1 creates these special areas downtown. I just told you a bit about the residential one. That's Area A. It's shaded in, actually, you can see this, yes. Okay, so here and here. The second special area is the home hardware. And they needed a special, downtown doesn't allow you to park in front of your building. So we needed a special area to say, in that place, you can park in front of your building. That's really the only reason that zone exists, that overlay exists. Area C is development to be considered by site plan approval on the rail line. So this is something that we'll talk a bit about in the MPS as well. There is support for some development in areas of the rail line that are, the whole rail line's privately held. It is part of your downtown. It does have you have a lease agreement with the owner right now to use it as a pedestrian path. But we're allowing this land use bylaw to consider certain development by site plan approval because it's good land to develop. It relates well to your traditional downtown and is your formal rail line. So your market and your library and some other facilities sort of exist in that context, and more development there would be a good thing. Where it wouldn't be a good thing are the parts of the rail line that are sensitive around Wolfville Harbor. There are parts of the rail line that operate as a dike. So that part we're not saying develop. That part we're saying develop in concert with the town to increase the utility as a trail facility and potentially as a tourism or a recreation facility, but not as private development. So those are your special areas inside downtown. The whole of downtown got a little bit larger. And by putting these things inside the downtown zone, when any development does happen, back to that original chart, they're going to have to go through all those general requirements for downtown, which is going to get you closer to new buildings that look and feel like your current buildings, which is what we want when we see downtown development in Wolfville. Anything to add, Darian? Section 9.3 of your MPS is a few statements of policy around the downtown rail corridor. There's been work between the town and the owner of this property for many years that have led to the lease agreement that you have today, but also talking about the future development of parts of this rail line. So that's what's in this policy. I think we'll have some conversation around that today as well. So there, questions and discussions. So this was a slide where we were going to stop and pause, but rather than get right into it, I actually want to tell you about the council direction needed. So all of that was to push us towards the major parts of the bylaw and MPS that we think we need to talk about. There are 5 slides we have here where we have staff recommendations to you. 7 slides where we have staff recommendations to you. And I want to stop and consider each one. So this is where we'll really get into the meat. And maybe it's an opportune time to take a pause. And maybe I don't know, I'd ask for a break, but it would be a good time if council wanted to take a short break before we dig in.
Okay. Recess for 10 minutes? Sure. Okay, thank you. Jacob, are you going to walk us through each one of these staff recommendations, next 7 slides, I believe?
Yeah, but I think and at this point, I think we should pause and consider each one because
Yeah.
these are literally looking for council direction.
Yeah.
So I think
That's
it'd
what
be
I meant.
good to,
Yeah.
and then if we can get to a motion and do we motion and vote on each request for direction?
No.
No.
We'll go through each one. We'll give you the direction, and if it stays the way it is, great, and if it changes, we'll change it in the next iteration,
We'll keep
Okay.
and we'll keep track, yeah.
So
Then
council,
will be track changes.
council direction needed, first item, page 12 of your staff report has the actual direction that's being asked for, but it's above that on page 11 where 3 specific definitions are called out. And I believe if I change my page, it is still viewable by the folks who are viewing online. But the three definitions that are brought forward specifically are nursing home bed, external staircase, and neighborhood commercial. So nursing home bed, Darian, do you want to talk about nursing home bed? I apologize. You did work on
Yeah,
that.
yes. Move this a bit closer. So yeah, some of these new definitions, and not some of them, all of them, where there's a new definition or a change in the definition, it's because we're regulating something in the bylaw that needs more clarity. As a general rule of thumb with these land use bylaws, where something is not defined, we use the typical dictionary definition. And so in this case, with the nursing home bed, the intent here was to establish a specific ratio of how many nursing home beds is equivalent to a dwelling unit. Because as I'm sure you all know, the layout and the composition of nursing homes does not always, equate 1-to-1 necessarily to a regular dwelling, even though they both are residences. And so I can read this definition here for folks. So it's nursing home bed means a bed space within a nursing home intended and available for the accommodation and care of one resident, together with the resident's proportional share of common areas and accessory service spaces customarily provided in a nursing home. For the purpose of this bylaw, 3 nursing home beds shall be deemed equivalent to 1 dwelling unit when determining permitted uses, density, or unit counts on lots. And so the main thing here, I think, for your input is just that ratio, that 3-to-1 that we wanted to raise to you folks and see if there are any concerns about that.
Any concerns about that definition on nursing home bed? Yeah, no? Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
I just have a general comment about the definitions in general, as opposed to just these 3. Is it okay to?
Yeah, of
So,
course.
Because I'm wordy, nerdy, and booky. How does one know what actually is in the definitions when going through this? As I was reading it, I would come across a term like development officer, go to the definitions, and yes, it was there. Then I would go through and there's something that I'm like, is it there? There's no indication after each of the words that it's defined later on. So
Yeah.
it was like, it was a lot of back and forth. And I think I know what vegetation is, but it's not defined in the definition. So how does one know what ends up in the definitions in this to make it more clear and more transparent?
The words within text are not specifically indicated, whether they're defined or not. In other jurisdictions, you can attempt to do that. So I've seen bylaws where, for example, they bold all the words that are in the definitions, but that gets very messy very quickly and impacts readability. And so the general kind of understanding here is that if there's a term you're confused about or unsure about, so for example, story, you're wondering how that, you're reading a bylaw and you're wondering how that's applied, you check the definitions. But you're assuming the general definition of the word unless otherwise, implied, and you're meant to be checking that definition section. I know what you mean about how you're supposed to know, but there's not necessarily an excellent way of indicating in a kind of printed document which of the many definitions are reflected in text versus which ones aren't.
Okay, can I have a follow-up?
Yeah,
Please,
absolutely.
Chair, thank you. So if in 4 months, someone is reading this and realizes there is a definition that is not clearly there or there at all, how does the change go about putting that in there? Again, I'm going to use vegetation.
Yeah.
It's mentioned a bunch of times as to what's on a property for vegetation. For me, that could be anything from tomatoes to a great big tree.
Mhm.
So how does the change happen after this is all approved?
Yeah, 100%. As the bylaw is administered through the DOs and the planning team, if there are issues that get flagged, so for example, vegetation is a continual point of confusion for applicants. Through a housekeeping amendment, you folks can add a definition of vegetation later on, if it becomes an issue.
Thank you.
Are you flagging that as an issue now?
It was just one that when as I was seeing a word, I would go and look and I saw vegetation repeated. And it was when I was like, well, I don't know what that indicates on a property for me. It was one of many that sort of appeared, but I do understand that I might know something, but I don't know what everyone thinks when they read a document like this. So I just wanted to make it as clear and as possible for those that could just pick this up and go through it.
Yeah, totally. Jacob?
I was really appreciative of the example because it's a great example of a term that has a dictionary definition. Your staff will rely on that definition, but it's one that could go anywhere from tomato to large tree.
Yeah.
So that, housekeeping amendments that Darian mentioned, I just wanted to say, it's up to council how frequently you do housekeeping amendments. It's pretty common to do it annually for small text changes, fixing typos, those sort of things, where you'd be able to add a definition, especially if it's not related to density or an economic value of the land, then it's pretty easy to add a definition. Yep.
Oh, sure. Deputy Mayor?
So I understand the three beds per 1 unit of dwelling unit, but as we've been going through all the zones, we've been like 4 units, 8 units or whatever. So how would people know if they're, potentially abutting or right next to a potential nursing home or whatever? How would they know how many possible units would be going in there? Do you know what I'm saying? Because some lots could have 8. So how would that define the possibility of how many units would be able to go in there? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like all the other zone, you're like, okay, maximum 4 units, maximum 8, 16 or whatever. So, I mean, if a parcel of land is an acre, how many potential beds could be on there? Do you know what I mean?
So in this scenario, if you have a zone with a set unit count that's permitted. So take a zone, for example, that might have, 8 units permitted, and it also has nursing homes permitted as a permitted use, then that 3-to-1 ratio would apply. So it would be 24 beds, so not
Okay,
24
gotcha. So
residences
big
with
the zone and then, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Is everybody okay with that one? Nursing? Okay. External staircase?
Yeah, this definition was added due to a desire to regulate external staircases within the town. There wasn't necessarily policy beforehand. And it's an issue that's come up about again, talking about compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods and community character, having staircases outside of a dwelling that's been converted to a multi-unit dwelling to access units on the upper floor. And so this just provides a definition that then allows us to regulate that later on in the bylaw. I won't read this out loud because it's relatively self-explanatory, but the main purpose here is that it excludes like a staircase to a porch. So you're not going to be banning someone who has a building that's a meter above grade with a porch, but it's specifically tied towards external staircases used to access units on upper floors, which is then regulated through a section in the general provisions of the bylaw now.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yeah. There are quite a lot of older buildings that have been remodeled to contain a large number of self-contained rooms, and there might only have been one staircase in the room, so therefore you need a fire staircase. And I noticed that a fire staircase or fire escape was not in the definition. I suggest it perhaps should be.
There are certain terms specifically related to fire safety, for example, that are more regulated by the building code than the land use bylaw. And so we could include a definition of fire staircase or a fire exit. But these are things that we're not regulating directly through the land use bylaw. It'd be the building code. And so it's not necessarily applicable to the terms of the land use bylaw, which is why we try to omit those.
Okay. Neighborhood commercial?
Yeah, and so this is providing a definition to that neighborhood commercial area that we defined on Schedule A3. And so this sets the definition as, small scale and designed to serve the immediate surrounding area. And then it's built upon in text with the section that then outlines that maximum floor area and directs you to table A3, for the permitted uses. And so again, the point here is just to show off the intention behind neighborhood commercial within the land use bylaw, having it be, small scale development serving a local area in a neighborhood, and providing the services to areas that otherwise don't have them.
Any questions on neighborhood commercial?
I will
Um,
ask, I'm not sure if this is, there was a larger list of definitions that had been
Mhm.
compiled, and those were circulated to staff. And so I wanted to get the opportunity in case there were any other ones that had been flagged throughout the review prior to today's meeting, if they wanted to give room to that.
Counselor Butler?
Just on that one, because we've seen that there was some mild confusion about the actual size of the small scale commercial development inside. Is it
Mhm.
possible to put the amount of square footage within that definition?
You can put it in the definition. It just is also regulated by section 4.17. If you have your land use bylaws in front of you, that's on page 23. And so you can add it, but you're already regulating it in text, which means if you ever amend that, then you have to also change the definition. It's just an additional administrative burden that doesn't necessarily change how the policy is applied.
Counselor Williams?
Are we going to a general discussion about definitions?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm confused. We've gone to stories
Mhm.
rather than building height. Is a basement a story?
There's certain provisions for sites that slope. So generally, the story definition is on a floor to floor height, a floor to floor. I should just get it up. This would be easier. Let you pop in if you'd like.
Yeah. I would say no, a basement is not included. There's an exception for some sloping conditions on some sites where if a certain amount of your basement is exposed, it counts as a story. So the answer is no, it's above grade stories that count. But where you have sloping conditions, that partially below grade story may count as a story, depending on how much of it is exposed.
Yeah, that's potentially confusing because I can think of lots of buildings up where I used to live where in the back part of the property, you might have a walkout basement, but you can't really see it from the front.
And our sloping conditions are about slopes on streets. For buildings that slope away from the street, which again is pretty common in this town because you slope down towards the harbor or to the bay, there are people getting a bonus story. There's no problem that we can foresee with that if it doesn't change the size of the building at the street. If you have a walkout basement, even in a residential home, you have extra livable area and you have a higher resale price. Walkout basements are highly valued. In a multi-family situation, your walkout basement is a set of extra units on the backside of your property or a second story or a downstairs to some units, right? They're more square footage that doesn't have a negative detrimental effect on the town that we could foresee. As long as your stormwater management and your wastewater management and your water supply can all be met. To small L liberalize a little bit and let people have that space if their site allows for it wasn't seen as a negative here.
You okay with that, Howard? You okay with that, Counselor Williams?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there anything else? So my question on this one is, to Counselor Butler's point, would we put in brackets regulated by, make a reference to it?
I was Darian made a good point. If we put the number in two places, we risk missing it when you update it through a housekeeping amendment later. But yes, the definition can say C section blank, blank, blank.
Okay.
So we can add that in the definitions, and that's not, we try to not, the term we use as planners sometimes is, if we're having a big nerdy breakfast, is don't regulate through your definitions.
Right.
Because you get into trouble if you do that sometimes. So we try to regulate in the text of the bylaw,
Mhm.
but the definition can and should point to it for legibility and I'm blanking on the term, which is kind of ironic when it comes to mind.
Yeah.
Readability or a plain language is the word I was thinking. Yes, thank you.
And I think to Counselor Butler's point too, that when we did some really, you had some great graphs or flow charts, the simple projects, the site plans, those ones, and then the one on page 11. I wonder if there's almost a footnote too that says, check your definitions. Like, because people don't often go to the back first,
Yeah.
right? So it gives people that opportunity to go, oh, I should actually go read what that is if I'm looking at it.
Certainly in your table 8.1, like,
Yeah.
because
Mm.
if you're permitting a use, almost all those uses are defined.
Yeah.
Right, and that's sort of that's a great place to say, hey, there's a whole definition section.
Go take a look. Yeah. Okay. Everybody okay with the definitions, these three, and in general with those couple of notes? Okay. Great.
Perfect. Okay, we can jump to the next discussion item from the PowerPoint. Right, yeah, so this was page 13 of the staff report. And for those following with the digital copy, I'm using the page numbers at the bottom of the staff report, not the PDF, in case there's any confusion there. But this was talking about the ADUs within the low density restricted zone. And the direction from staff needed here is just to see if there were any further requirements for ADUs that were on the mind here within the R1 zone.
Okay, accessory dwelling units. Is there any further guidance on the accessory dwelling units in R1 zone? Deputy Mayor?
I'm fine with the R1 zone, just throwing it out there.
Councillor Elliott? Yep. Councillor Williams, do you have anything on that one? Okay, yep, that seems to be fine. Thank you for those changes. I think those will be well received.
Excellent, thank you. We're making great progress through these recommendation
Yeah.
sections.
Yeah, you just jinxed it.
There
There's the end of that one.
Sorry, I got too excited, folks. My apologies.
We've lived this before. We go, oh my God.
Our next one, we're looking for council direction on which R2 areas, as described in figure 4 of the staff report, are to be zoned R1. So bear with me, I'm going to go to the figure 4 of the staff report. That's figure 3.
I think figure 3 and figure 4 are subject here. So these were areas that were specifically brought up through the process as regions that would be considered to be moved from R1 to R2. So
We can talk about what's on Westwood first.
Okay.
So
yeah, so Westwood, this is the top of Westwood, near the parklands owned by the university. And so there's been some discussion around these lands being zoned down to R1. I will also note from what's said here in text, it's generally not a best practice to be down zoning properties, especially through plan review. But there was a note from council they'd like to see these lands identified as R1. So I wanted to open the floor to you folks for discussion on that.
Does anyone have a question or comment on that one? Yeah,
I'm just wondering, like, I know the area pretty well, and I'm just wondering if there's already, people that have apartments or short-term rentals in that area up the top of Westwood. None of those people, because there was a recent house that was just sold. It's quite large, and I didn't know the intentions on that. So
these are very large lots with very large estate homes on them, or large scale, like if not original estate homes, but very large houses. But I would look to staff to let us know if any of these have units in them or if they are single family.
I think I know everyone in them, so I'm pretty sure.
because I wouldn't want to downsize if people have already done that, contingent on buying a house, knowing that that's part of the mortgage or adding to. I wouldn't want to do that to the downsizing.
But the use is the same. Yeah,
I guess in R1 with the change, they would be able to do
the same thing.
what they were in R2 potentially anyway.
I
So
suppose the only risk here, or one of the only risks, is kind of as you hinted, if there were intentions for these landowners to add a unit in the future, or if there's a contingency on the sale there, you're taking away development rights that are currently present. So that's one consideration here.
Not really, but we can talk about that. Councillor Elliott?
I agree with the R1 prospect just because of the adjacent gardens and properties, and I just think it's a positive move rather than a negative one.
I agree. I think it's a positive move. And for me, the use is the same. It might be a different number at the end of the R, but right now they can have 2 units. And if it goes to an R1, they can have 2 units. The only difference would be short-term rentals. For me, the difference on this one is it's at the end of a street cul-de-sac and you start adding more and more and more for safety reasons. And I just don't think we should densify where there's only one way out.
So am I hearing the general consensus is to zone these properties R1? Okay.
Okay.
And then figure 4 of the staff report on the following page is a similar situation. So this is up at the bottom of the hill off Main Street. It's Balcom, Linwood, and Braemar, if I'm not mistaken, underneath that text box. And so there was some direction or a question here about zoning these as R1, but we do know that there are multiple multi-unit buildings here that would become non-conforming under the R1 zoning. And so in the top on Braemar there are those 6 properties that would be conforming and could be R1, but it becomes more challenging for the remainder of the street. And if you're doing just the R1 properties, you get into spot zoning, which is not something that we typically try to promote through plan reviews like this.
Anyone have any feelings on this? That is the end of Balcom Drive.
Yes.
For me, I'll say the same thing. These are streets that are narrow, have no sidewalks and only one way out. And we start putting 3 and 6 properties on each one of these. It is a disaster and it's at the bottom of the hill. We've got stormwater issues down that. I mean, luckily the dikes will raise, so that will also help that because that was also in a floodplain. And I think the one in between is also a single family home. I think aside from the 2 unit and those, I think everything else is a single family, not the ones on that front Main Street that I'm okay with those, but the ones that are, because they have a way out, the ones at the bottom, I think for safety issues, those are problematic for me, and it's the same reason for Westwood.
So is the direction here just for R1 within that yellow bounded box?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to be sure because I like you, the reason why, we're downsizing a little bit is because let's get to the R2 because some of the R2 things I don't really like. And so what's happened is you've not done a whole lot in R1 and then you've done some more in R2. So this is why if you'd kept R2 the same, which they had, there wouldn't be any issues, right? So I don't like to have, your spot checks. So my question is, are there any of those 6 properties? Do any of them already have the potential? They had short-term rentals because R1's not going to be allowing short-term rentals. Do they have short-term rentals depending on because that's an important question, short-term rentals depending on their income for their mortgage, and are there already rentals in that place? That's my question. I'm not opposed to downsizing it to R1, but I need those questions answered.
So I did ask those questions.
And I did speak to some people. But I think it was the people that were at the end of Balcom Drive, which is what the name of that.
I asked
Braemar, okay.
about those and got a detailed list of who lived in every house along the way, from all the neighborhood, which Councillor Butler lives there. So I think everything aside from the circles are single family, and the 2 units that are there are all single family homes and then that's their intention. Because I did the same, I wanted to ask, and that was the answer I got from them.
So Mayor,
Just in between.
yeah, the one in between there,
That's a family
that's a
home.
single family home, but you're suggesting the yellow box and the one in there would remain at R2.
I would like to see them all go to R1 that were single family homes, and I understand that then there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 that aren't. Those on this side of this screen, the right, have ways in and out of their properties and have sidewalks. There is a sidewalk on that street. There's no sidewalk on that street. Yeah, I find it to be problematic if you start to densify. Counselor Elliott?
Yeah, just to add to your comment, the house circled in the red on the left used to be a single family home. It got turned into student housing. And the Larsh home, which they are the most compliant people going. I'd like to see R1 there just because it gets too dense. And the one-way street or the dead-end street is complicated. So I think we need to consider that.
I would like to expand the yellow box, but I would need council's go ahead to do that as well.
I just want to clarify. So the yellow box, the 6 properties, you're suggesting the yellow box goes to the three more in the R1, just to be
Yeah.
confirmed. Okay.
Is there 3? 1, 2,
Also this and
3.
also this.
Yeah. Councilor Butler, I'm sorry.
I would agree with that, to expand the yellow box to include those 3. And just to comment that because that one circled at the end, the 5-bedroom, single room occupancy, there is living there. People knock on my door and window. It is a constant issue about parking and noise and just to be able to try and regulate that as best as possible in that area. And again, with no entrances and no sidewalks, at a hockey game on a Friday or Saturday night, and both of those streets become extremely dangerous for anyone walking or biking or anything. So keeping it as simple as possible would be great. Thank you.
Consensus? Okay.
And I just want to be clear, I guess. So for us, we're going to extend this as a contiguous block of R1 over to include this property on Balcom Drive that backs onto the Acadia Rank parking lot.
Yeah.
We'll also include this property at the end of Linwood across from the 5-bedroom SRO.
Yep.
And then we will include the 5-bedroom SRO, the single family home and the Larsh home. And you will have this yellow line extend around those properties. So we'll make a contiguous block of R1, but we will not include the multi-unit building or the 2-unit buildings as they will all become legal non-conforming. As I was talking about earlier, they will then have limited ability to exist and expand on their home. So we would, that's the approach that I think you're all agreeing to.
So how many units? Sorry, is that? is it-
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, sorry.
So it's these 6
8,
plus
9.
these 4 plus this 1.
One, two-
There'll be 11 properties zoned
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. 11. Okay.
that are currently zoned
R2.
R2
Okay.
in your current bylaw.
Yep.
But as we discussed before, we're increasing the rights in R1, so it looks more like a same, but there is that limited ability for short-term rentals and these other considerations and changes that you may make in future. You'll be considering these as an R1 area rather than an R2 area.
Right.
All right.
Just one last
go ahead.
question is like when you're in R1, there's no opportunity to rezone after that though, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Consensus? Okay.
Okay, perfect. Moving on. The next item is similar. It's regarding the R5 zone. So I think specifically if we head to page 17 and 18, 16, 17, and 18 of the council report. There are 2 large sites that are up for question here on whether they should be R4 or R5. So the first one is in the West End at the top of town, right by the highway. And so you can see here the 2 options. Essentially, it's half of that section that was formerly the CDD zone. And so most of the land there is zoned R4, but there is a section there zoned R5 on the map. And there was a request to move this to R4. So I'll leave it up to council to discuss.
The staff report does discuss some of the options the owners would have to have a rezoning to R5 as under a separate process in the future if you were to do this now.
Any comments, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I've gone through both of the present, our current LUB and the proposed LUB. Can you just confirm that R5 and the old or the current LUB is RMDU?
Yes,
Sort of
that's
similar
correct.
to that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mayor, are we discussing, any issues on that with the tables or where are we
No,
going?
we're just gonna,
good.
we're gonna talk about the site specific on this one for now. We will come
Okay,
back to that
okay.
for sure.
Just, I will
Yeah.
hold my questions in.
Okay. So site specific on that one, that's not a request, but any, it has been in our document, it is an R4. Is everybody fine with it being an R4? Okay. Yeah. Okay, consensus is it stays as it is.
Okay, and then the second site was towards the east end near Reservoir Park. Again, another property that was previously shown. Here you see is labeled as RH, but this is the equivalent of R4. When we moved back to the numbering system, it was a 1-to-1 of RH to R4. And so this was another one we had direction to move it to R4. I wanted to just open that up here as well. Is this? Yeah.
Consensus R4? Yeah, again, dead ends. Yep. Yep.
Okay. And
And the time, yeah. And there is one more. It's not shown here in the staff report, but it's the Tideways property in the north of town, north.
pull it from the
Yeah, the
LUP.
map. Exactly, off of Woodman. So if we can go to the LUB at the bottom.
Apologies for the fast scroll.
We know where it is. Everyone knows, we know where the Tideways
Okay.
property is. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
So this one is currently, you have the printed maps in front of you as well.
Yep. Yeah.
So this one is currently R5. This one has had less discussion from what I understand, but I still wanted to open it to council here if there was any comments on that one.
It was gonna come up in the maps anyway, I'm sure. Any conversation around that property? Or, yeah, does it go to R4 or R5?
Exactly, yeah.
R4? R4? Yeah. And I just have one other question on that one. Is that under the design guidelines? Because it will quite literally be one of the first things you see when you come into town.
I believe. Yeah, let's pull it up.
Regardless, well, I bring this up.
Should be, right?
Any building over 8 units will be
Yes.
self-consideration
Got it.
and input from design, just the design review working group.
Okay.
Uh,
It's.
and
And I believe it is in the name, partially. Oh, no.
Where's
it's
it
inside. So it will come into design review working group because of the number of units.
Okay.
this is what's on. But it's not currently within the neighborhood design guidelines area.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, because it's not in blue.
It's
No.
not in. One of the changes we made after meetings with council later in the fall was that larger buildings, regardless of the design review areas,
Got ya.
all buildings over 8 units now go through the design review working group,
Okay.
regardless of that map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, we
Yeah,
can indicate
just
that.
make
in the
it
map.
easier to understand. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
All right.
So the direction on that one,
Just
perfect.
to confirm, the consensus is for those 4 or 3 sites, so the east end, the west end, and the Tideways property, moving those from R5 to R4 on the zoning map.
You got it.
Okay, perfect.
All right, our next area is the Main Street nursing home property, so we should be looking, and what we're looking for is council should provide direction to staff as to whether any development proposal for the nursing home on Main Street, PID 55268346, should be subject to a development agreement approval process. The second staff recommendation is looking for council direction on whether the PID should be zoned MU in entirety or remain a split zoned MU and R2 zone. So I'm just gonna flip to the staff report section on this because it has the maps.
We know where that one is too. Councillor Elliott,
Is that the Elms or the nursing home?
Wolf Nursing Home on the other side of Sterling on Main Street, across from.
Okay, that's the Wolfville Elms,
Yeah. Yeah.
not the nursing home.
Yeah, so it's the mixed use on Main Street to the left, like across the street from Landmark East. Right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of behind Sterling Avenue,
Right.
to the west of Sterling Avenue, exactly right here.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so we have had a lot of emails and discussion on this. So if you're asking about development agreement, I would like a development agreement, and I'm fine with the MU and keeping the R2 in that zone. And then, yeah.
Consensus? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, I'd like some clarification. If we left it as it is, what difference would it make to what is being suggested? That it's all MU?
If you kept the entire property MU,
Yeah,
so as it currently stands, we do have the split zoning here. So this is the current state. So the change would be to make that MU zoning apply all the way down further south. And the only difference there is just the additional permitted uses and height within the mixed use zone compared to the R2 zone. There are buffering requirements that are then levied on the mixed use zone when you are adjacent to an R2 zone. So you have to be further from the lot line there, but you have more development rights if you drag down that mixed use zone.
does that development also include a car park?
Parking lots are permitted in either zone right now. So either if it's R2 or MU, the property owner can still develop a parking lot on that site. There are buffering requirements, again, that are regardless that are applied there. Something like fences and a setback from the lot line. I can.
Yeah.
Just some of this.
If council is looking to go to a development agreement, you're basically creating a site-specific land use bylaw. So some of this discussion about buffering and all of that really comes to council.
Yeah.
And so I think some of the discussion we were having about this site previously, I don't want to say it's misleading, but it was all steered towards a site plan or as of right discussion. And now the development agreement approval is completely different. So that's, speculating about what or if things would go up in those areas, I think is really premature when you would be reviewing the plans yourselves.
Did you want to make a comment?
Thank you,
Councillor Butler?
I just had a comment that, thank you for putting the picture of the Main Street Whidden concept in the report, because I know we had asked for that, and it's been boggling my mind what anything would look like in that space. So thank you very much for putting that in. It put a little bit of ease, I guess. I still can't see it fully, but it was nice to have something to as a visual, because I'm a visual person.
We are getting a little bit
Yeah.
ahead of ourselves.
We're
there.
gonna talk specifically about, I know it shows up on this map,
Yeah.
Counselor, but we are gonna talk specifically about
Yeah.
that proposal.
Councillor Williams?
Well,
do-
it's going to be about. what you-
Okay, well, let's hold on to that one for one
Okay.
second.
Thank you.
So I think so I think there is lots of discussion on, we need to see what, if we left it as R2 or left it as MU and what would happen on that site. So I think if we leave it as it is and any, if the developer or the nursing home wants to build something and ask for a change from an R2 to an M2, like change the zoning in that development agreement process, then that's where that would happen.
I will just also clarify, like kind of to what Devin was saying, that second point about the zoning is only really relevant if you're not going to be requiring the DA. If you require the DA on the site regardless, then the underlying zoning is not necessarily an issue here because it all comes to council for consideration. I see you.
So let's just leave the zoning and call it a DA and move on,
Okay,
right? Right?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Consensus?
perfect.
Okay.
Okay. The next slide, I'm not going to flip back to it just to save people from having to watch us do that again. Essentially, it's talking about this property right here at the corner of Whidden and Main. There was a proposal. We have a zone written here for this is a mixed use. Was going to allow certain types of use. The proposal that's actually coming from the private owner is a small bed and breakfast. The site is currently zoned medium density residential, which enables up to 12 rental rooms via site plan approval. So there's an application with preliminary consultation, and it shows a building that looks like you see in the report on page 20, with the south elevation fronting on Main Street and an east elevation fronting on Whidden. And the ask is, will council provide direction on the zoning that they would like here, MU or R3? MU has more types of uses, as I was describing earlier, these mixed use zones, wide variety of allowable uses. R3 is going to allow the type of development that they've proposed as a hotel use or a small bed and breakfast. So we open that up to council.
Sure. Counselor Williams?
Yeah, it's something specific to those figures. The right-hand one is incorrect because it's not fronting Wynn at all. It's fronting other properties. You're looking west for that
Yeah.
right-hand figure.
I'm going to pass the mic to Mark. I think he is.
Thanks for catching that, Councilor Williams. That's, you're right. These drawings were actually brought to our design review working group. It's a preliminary pre-application kind of opportunity. And this was actually designed on the other corner. So the applicant owns both corners. They're looking to do a similar kind of structure on one corner like this, that's rented as long-term, and a similar structure on the other corner that would be rented as short-term rental. And they would use the MU zoning to achieve that. So that's really their intention. But it's up to council whether they're comfortable with that level of zoning and the uncertainty that may come with that.
Counselor Williams?
Well, again, the access for those two buildings would have to be on Widden rather than Main, simply through traffic safety.
Yeah, absolutely.
Counselor Elliott?
This kind
Yeah,
of
right.
boggles my mind. I can't see the buildings of that scope on both sides of that corner. It's just way oversized. But that's just my opinion.
So does this fit the maximum? I mean, if I look at, I'm the same, I keep looking at that lot and I go, is that, when I look at lot coverage for the size of the space, the parking, the driveway, and then we have the maximum width of a building is, we added it on there so the buildings weren't that big. It fits on there? I mean, I'm a visual, I cannot see that, so I mean,
I can speak to that
Yeah.
just generally. I mean, I think you're right. It's a tight squeeze. We don't know for sure if this fits on there and it meets all of our requirements yet. They've given us some drawings.
okay,
We haven't evaluated it in the stage. It's not a full application yet. So we don't have all those answers yet, but I think those are fair questions to wonder about because they are pretty small properties. And this looks like a fairly large building.
Yeah.
It is intended though that this or something like it, maybe it's a scaled down version of this. Something could fit on those properties. We know that much. Whether it's the size of this or something scaled down, the parking or driveway, as Councilor Williams indicated, wouldn't be off of Widden. So small parking in the north of these buildings with these things sort of fronting and meeting Main Street. So it could create a nice streetscape, but it's fair to say, it's fair to wonder how well they're going to fit on these fairly small properties. So still to be determined, but I think the decision point today is not about these specific buildings, it's about the zoning and whether one corner of that could be MU and therefore used as short-term rentals. Whether the building looks like this or something else is a decision point for another time.
Counselor Williams?
Well, if it's going to be MU on that northeast corner, why isn't there a similar MU on the northwest corner where you're now?
Same owner.
That was just,
If there's interest,
there was interest and if council's
You built
interested, that's an option.
okay. So that's something to consider later.
Did I hear you correctly though and say that they were looking at long-term rentals on one side and short-term on the other, and that would be the difference between the R3 and the MU?
That's correct.
Counselor Elliott?
Given the scope, does this go to site plan or development agreement?
This would be able to be permitted by site plan approval under this document. Similarly, across the street, though, I would offer council, if you've got specific properties that you're worried about, we approach the nursing home by a site-specific development agreement. That kind of approach could be used on other properties if there's a concern.
Well, that would be great, given the impact on two corners. I think people would want to know.
So I just want to go back in time a little bit because these two sites have been considered by the design review committee a couple of times. And the reason that you're seeing that type of sort of grandeur in the mansion kind of style is because there was a lot of pushback from our design review committee about a single story garage facing building being in such a prominent location. So we've been very precious as a sort of design group and the thinking about Main Street. And we essentially had pushed back on the applicant at that time completely. He came back with something that is more in keeping with the rest of Main Street, where most of the largest buildings in town are. So it's that, and that's just a concept. So, and I agree with you, we haven't evaluated whether it fits, but that was really, this is going back, it's probably 5-6 years at least. As to some of the history of what's got us there, the developer now, I think, is more serious. I haven't been as involved, but I do think we have to appreciate the input from our design review committee and some of the intent that we've taken for many years around Main Street. If we want to change that direction, we really should be talking about more specifically what council would like to see on properties that front Main Street, because that's, from the design review committee perspective anyway, it was, that was moving in a positive direction. Just the style and the scale. Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm concerned, like, and I don't disagree with the facades on Main Street, but that's switching that to an MU, you've got R2 right next to it, so you've got a big jump in zoning. So you have single family homes on that side, but then that you have Landmark, you have across the street, you have Sterling. It's recommended that we kind of go up Whidden, up Sterling as a route that we talked about. And so I'm concerned it's coming right into town. Like, is that going to, we're doing traffic issues and we have that crosswalk there. I'm concerned about the density there more than the look. I'm concerned about the traffic and how much you're adding on that small corner, because it's small. It's not very big. So that's my concern about switching it.
I do think the biggest question we're thinking about between the two zones is that ability to do short-term rental. They're still going to be able to build something. And it will be closer, it will be closer to Main Street than it is to the R2 in all cases. Small compared to some of the larger MU lots, lots of space there to put a building on 50% of your lot and still have a big backyard where you have some of your surface parking and meet all the buffering requirements, even at 12, like even at 6 meters, you're going to meet that buffering requirement pretty easily to the R2. But I understand traffic for sure is an issue for it coming out of those rentals. So, Devin.
Go ahead.
Say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think just to make this even more clear, the existing R3 zoning is what has really got us here. So we have the ability in the existing R3 for something called an inn, which we're trying to move away from because that has been quite confusing in regulating short-term rentals and hotels and as that sort of industry has evolved. So the developer on this one has submitted an application under the existing zoning for an inn, which is permitted in R3. And sort of that's how we got here. Is there anything else we should mention about? I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that there is existing development rights that have led us to where we are. And I don't know if MU would be more permissive.
So the density is similar between MU and R3. Is the height the same? So they can 3 stories? And then I guess we'd have to really consider the difference between, and there'll be some discussion on that, I assume, as we move along with buffering. Because mixed use buffering onto R1 and R2 is there except for in the parking part. So that's going to be a space that needs to really consider a parking lot that backs onto an R2 if you're looking at an inn. So, but the buffering would need to change. So, okay. Sorry, I just talked about that out loud. What was in my head? So what is everyone's wish on that, mixed use or R3, or do we need a minute to come think about it? Do you want to come back to it? Or is everybody fine with it? Fine to make it a mixed, okay. Fine as mixed use or fine as R3?
Minus mixed use. As usual, I suppose.
Yeah.
Strong.
Fine as mixed use for me.
Okay. Counselor Butler?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's, my only concerns are really parking and just that kind of thing. It just makes that street much more busy. And again, visually, can I just have comment very
Yeah,
quickly?
Absolutely.
So I just looked up the inn at Grand Pre, and it is only 7 rooms in that gigantic house with a kitchen. I'm thinking plot that on the corner with up to 12 rooms or 12. Is that? Again, it's
I
what
think that's the upper limit of inns
Okay.
within the zone. I don't, it's hard to evaluate this because we don't have a full set of drawings.
Yeah.
We're just showing you a concept of a essentially something that looks old and is kind of in keeping with some of the larger homes on the street is really what we were showing you there.
all right.
I don't see in on table, sorry, Counselor, Lake, go ahead.
Oh, you finished?
Yep, you go ahead.
Yeah, again,
Sorry.
it really is, it's parking for me. If is there underground parking? I guess you don't know yet. There's 0 parking and I can't see parking plus a building on there. So I guess it really all depends on the look and the design of it, but yeah.
Counselor Elliott?
To the deputy mayor's point about traffic, once Landmark East builds its gym adjacent to this site or the one across the street, there will be more traffic issues there at certain points of the year. So we need to factor that in. Of course, my mind goes back to when this was the Whidden farmhouse. And I'm wondering, Devin, you'd know the 1990s architectural guidelines for Main Street. Are they at all factored into this?
I think that's mostly where the design review committee was coming from in pushing back on the original proposal, which was a really straightforward semi-detached building that really wasn't addressing Main Street at all. We went back to the applicant with our desire for higher design standards on Main Street essentially, and that's the application's really stalled. And so we've pulled this out from a fairly 4 or 5 year old application. That's kind of the issue here. And I will say too, with the additional buffering requirements in the mixed use zone that are forthcoming, I'm not sure that on a lot that size, what would be completely viable, to be honest, looking at it right now. Because as you say, it is bordering a lower density zone. And without a site plan, it's hard to really evaluate this, but I do know with additional buffering requirements, it would make it difficult on that one side.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this because I don't see a major difference, but also this is the first time I've heard what you said the design review committee has commented on that. So can you expand on what the design review committee says about the facing on Main Street or the feedback on council? That would be helpful.
This is going back a number of years, but just so we had a proposal for essentially what you'd see on the rest of that street. And it is a corner lot. So we wanted something to actually address Main Street as you're coming into town. Certainly the committee thought this was an important corner. We pushed back on the applicant. To Councillor Elliott's point, there is a history of the type of forms you would see, large gables, 3-story homes, more traditional colonial style building. He did come back with a concept for that, and it didn't go anywhere after that. We didn't, the application, there wasn't a desire to move it forward. It wasn't being built. So it kind of stopped at that point. I believe the applicants now come back in, work with staff on what can I do here in the future? And it's kind of now in this plan process. So it hasn't, there is no current application that has gone back to the design review committee, but it would if we had an active application again.
Well,
sort of. I just want to keep in mind that when we're looking at rezoning and everything, I'm not just looking for today, and I'm not looking specifically at one applicant because I have no idea if he's going to sell it and other people are going to, you know, do something else. So I want to be mindful when we're switching zonings that it's in the, you know, regulation or into the same as the neighborhood is. Do you know what I mean? And the traffic, all of those things. So I'm keeping that in mind. So for me, I would rather lower density being there for a lot of safety reasons and a lot of traffic reasons, right? It's a busy corner. So my question is, like with the mixed use, or, I mean, there's not a whole lot with the new proposal out of the zoning for dwelling units, am I correct? On that specific lot, because it's not that big. So my biggest concern is the traffic and how many people are coming and going. And then you have short-term rentals. So short-term rentals have more cars coming and going, right? So my biggest thing is traffic. So on which one of them, mixed use or R3 is going to change that neighborhood the most for traffic and density? That's my question.
It's very speculative. It's hard to say because short-term rentals are permitted in R3 and they're permitted in mixed use. So that you're not going to determine that, but with this decision at this scale, I'm not sure, to be honest, whether this is actually going to make that much of a difference. Whether this stays R3 or MU as we talk through it here, because we've moved away from inns. You can do short-term rentals in R3 up to a certain scale. And really, my concern, to be honest, in working with the design review committee is we would put any property on Main Street through a rigorous review, including these two. And so whether it's a short-term rental or not wouldn't be as important. And I think in all cases, this is going to go through a review. So I'm not sure we're going down a road here that is super helpful because we actually don't know, and we'd have to get an application. We might want to just explain the realities of this to the applicant as well. And when we come back for first reading, we might want to just give you an update on this one because we have highlighted, as you say, one site. And there's a lot. We could apply this rationale across the whole Main Street, really. So. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? There's no words to describe in the definitions or in the table 8.1, and there isn't either for bed and breakfast.
So we've moved away from inns because it was really complicated when the province started regulating short-term rentals, that we had sort of a custom definition between a hotel and a short-term rental. And there's like moving forward to today, because the inn was really set up as something that you would have opened probably in 1930s to 50s, some of our traditional inns, and now they're operating essentially as a hotel, more of a hotel than a short-term rental.
So we're calling inns hotels.
Yes.
So someone came in and I want to have an inn.
Well, this was
What are
the
they gonna pay?
problem. So we would box them into either it's a short-term renter or a hotel.
Okay.
Short-term rentals are more that residential nature, and a hotel, I would call, the Tatting Stone with the current definitions is a hotel, right?
Yep.
I realize that there's a history of calling things
Sure.
an inn, but
Okay.
the way that industry has gone, we needed to simplify it.
Okay, so I have okay with mixed use, okay with mixed use. Okay, okay. Yeah. Boy, regulate the heck out of the corners, I guess. Oh, well, I mean, all of Main Street, I guess, is what we're saying. So, and we're gonna get to the commercial overlay and the table 8.1, so that's where we're gonna have some more discussion on what that looks like. So.
Can I just
Really
clarify? So it doesn't sound like there's strong opinion, and maybe we could bring back the most appropriate zoning for that, because it may actually just make more sense to leave it R3.
Okay.
Once we look at that, is that
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
He's like, no.
Phrase that, haven't come up here.
Yeah.
All right, well, Devin moves.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Darren.
Okay. So the last one that we have kind of formally put on a slide here, is this on? This is on, right? Yeah. Is for the design review committee. So, or design review working group. Sorry, my mistake. So there was some discussion about this group and its purpose. And so within the staff report, there's kind of some updated direction that's been provided by staff. So as you folks know, within the bylaw now, when a building exceeds 8 units, so 9, 10, and upwards, regardless of which design guidelines area it's within, it gets sent to the design review working group for additional consideration. And there was some confusion over the role of this group, and you know, some requests for some more transparency. And so staff are proposing several things, one of which is a new page on the town's website to be dedicated towards the design guidelines in the working group to improve public awareness. There's also been an updated terms of reference that's been attached to the staff report, so you all should have that for review. And just some general discussion on whether or not the working group should remain a working group under policy 110-001, or whether it should be returned to a committee council, so as the design review committee. But in either scenario, there's opportunities to improve the visibility and understanding of this group and its function. And so these are the things that have been put forth by council, and these, I suppose, the only question here is just or the only point of discussion here is whether or not you folks describe these directions for the design review working group as listed in the staff report, and whether or not this should be moved to a committee of council or not.
I think I saw updated terms of reference in the,
It's at the very end, if I'm not mistaken. It should be.
oh, at the very end of it. Okay,
Of the
sorry,
staff
in
report.
order. I
Of
was
staff
going in
report,
order of the
yeah.
things. Okay.
You want the terms of reference for the,
I got the page for you.
yes, please.
It's taking a second to load.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, please.
I think what I was hearing was there might be a desire there for a counselor to sit with the design review committee. There might be a desire to invite council to the design review committee more openly, which I know some of you have attended in the past and took a lot away from it. And I think that's easy under the existing scenario. What and this is in the report, is I think there's probably a broader discussion about your committees of council policy. And that includes previous groups like we've had for environmental sustainability, public art, and this one that got moved all at the same time. I would suggest to you, and this is, Glenn may want to weigh in on this, but I would suggest to you that's probably a future piece of work, and not something that we should try to change right now. Just because in many ways, the design review committee, certainly from my perspective, has worked really well. Not to say it can't be a committee of council in the future, but I think that's an entire separate policy exercise with the committees of council policy.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I only have a question on this because we're going through a massive LUP and NPS. The design review kind of fits in with some of the questions that we have. And so maybe public art isn't as, prominent now and as we're going through, because you're mentioning the design review committee and I don't even know who's really on it or when they're advising it. So I'm feeling that there's a little bit of gap for me to understand, and it would be helpful when you said, and oftentimes like PAC makes recommendation, accessibility, they all make recommendations to council. And so as a counselor sitting around the table, it does feel good to say it's gone through a whole process and it comes back and it says this recommends it. I don't hear what the design review committee recommends. That's my opinion. I'm not saying we need a, I'm just saying I feel like there's a gap.
Thank you. I see nodding of heads. Okay. I agree. I think there is a massive gap. I have never understood, and I get, we don't have to do it as part of the land use bylaw or this process. However, we are writing it in every corner of our LUB. So I think it is important that we do it quickly, and to make sure it's in good use. And I think that a counselor should sit on it, and it should be a direct report back. We keep talking about the character and the culture and the pixie dust that we have. it is clearly the most important, not the, well, maybe the most important thing to us. So I think it needs to be up there on the list of things to do. And I don't know if this is exactly the terms of reference that we would want, but certainly take something back as part of our ops plan.
I
CAO?
would like to, if I can provide some commentary on this, just because I've had experience in other jurisdictions. Being unaware of what the committee is doing is bad.
Mhm.
Making this committee completely public is also bad. We're trying to find a balance here. It is difficult to bring designs forward and have critical conversations about them in a public forum, especially if other architects are sitting on the committee. And there is some benefit, and I'm not a public servant in this context, so I can say there's some benefit to this being sort of a closed door conversation where one designer can be very critical of another designer in a way that's not necessarily on a public record. So part of the failures in Nova Scotia where this has failed was when it became a committee that ran a lot like council, no one would say anything real. They'd have a conversation around the topic, but you'd ultimately revert to, what do I absolutely have to do in the land use bylaw? That's all I'm going to do. Because if I'm in a regulated environment that is part of that is we're publicly discussing a bylaw, then we're not going to have that hard conversation around what can be changed. Whereas when the door's closed and there's no decision being made, just advice, designers can be really critical of one another in a way that gets you a better product. And your magic may come from it not being, from the working group being a little informal. That's all. I just want to share that idea as we're talking about adding formality, that informality can be a benefit to design, especially in a world where you want criticism.
So I would say that we've had that discussion at PAC as well, that it's hard for our community members to speak their mind when it's their neighbors or what have you.
Yeah.
So I'll look to the CAO to say, what is the best way to get the best product out of this? And I mean, we're going to receive documents that, you know, council hasn't seen either, but they're going to be under, I would say, contract, because they're not public documents to begin with. Correct? Because I mean, when they submit them to,
You're
staff.
talking about an
so an
application.
application comes into staff, that isn't a public document until it's approved, correct? So the design review committee is there before it's approved.
That's right.
Absolutely.
So how does that work, I guess?
Can I just add a little, I just want, for the record, I just want to clarify how this all came to be, because some of you weren't on council when we started the design review committee. So the design review committee started back in 2014, I believe. And it was when I first arrived at the town, and it was a formal committee of council. So all of the membership was appointed by council, and we could bring you the formal committee of council policy that existed in the day. And we haven't changed the nature, the makeup of the committee. And so that used to be listed on the website as a formal committee of council, very similar. And what we're suggesting is, because of the importance of this, we can sort of bridge that gap through continuing to use the tool that is defined in your policy, in the committees of council policy as a working group, and it assists staff. The problem is the mechanics of what you're describing, which is we get an application. There isn't a report back to council through the design review committee at that, or the working group at that point. If we have a rezoning, if we have a development agreement that our public process is in front of council, some of you wouldn't have been part of this. There was a component in the staff report that would be from the design review committee. It would be the minutes of the meeting, right? And so if we had a Main Street application today that required a design review input, we would do the same thing, right? We would have a meeting, we would pull that input in, we would use that really to influence the outcome through PAC. So they're sort of reporting up through staff, through PAC, and through council in a development agreement situation. We do have to get really specific on this one, because for a site plan, we need to understand what council's expectations would be there. What we're suggesting is we can promote the committee, we can let everyone know who's on it, we can invite council to those meetings if you would like. I think it's difficult, like you would be really an observer, because at that point, it's a development officer function, which is not a political role, right? So the lines need to be defined very clearly, and it's not even as much for, we would invite council to all of these things. It's really to set expectations with the applicant. And what we've done in the land use bylaw is we've made it very clear, because this has been a tough conversation with some people, with developers, as we've used this process, is you've gone to the design review committee, yeah, you have to come back to the design review committee. We've taken some files 3 and 4 times, and I believe the meeting that you attended was the second or third or fourth time we were in front of them. So we've kind of been learning as we go. If we want to make this a committee of council, I do think we need more time to think about the mechanics of it, because I think it's different than how we've been using it. And it's all through, we've changed the whole process. So it's, I just need to make sure everyone understands that that would be a significant change. We'd have to really think about some of our approval tracks if council wants a kind of a report from the design review committee.
Does that address your question?
Yeah, because I in my head, I was like, I understand the public part, and I don't want the design review committee to be swayed or put in,
Politicized.
in a way that doesn't benefit us. So that is indeed true. So I need to know, we need to know what the process is to make sure it's used in its best function, while still giving them the guidelines to say, these are the things that are really important. And maybe it's our strategic plan, all of those things that all feed back to one another. So
So if I can.
yeah, please.
Just to try to roll it up as to where we'll take the design review working group progress that we're going to take it from here is, we'll look at the terms of reference. It's, as Devin just said, it's important to recognize the difference between, even if it becomes a committee of council, that it is not a advisory committee in the traditional sense that we have the planning advisory committee or the audit committee or something of that nature that's making these direct recommendations to council. The design review committee exists within our administrative and regulatory framework that is administering the land use bylaw, the design review guidelines, all of that stuff. So they have to exist in that realm versus that more conventional report back to council, because they'll be nested in permitting applications, site plan applications, all that kind of stuff. So I think what we are hearing loud and clear around the transparency of that function, and we're hearing loud and clear around the rigor with which the regulations are and their mandate is provided. That stuff lives in the design guidelines and the land use bylaw. Which is why we're taking the time and care that we are to make sure that those pieces are right. So I think we will have to add it to our ops planning process, because I do agree that this is something that we need to do sooner rather than later, given the increased profile and centrality of the design review committee with how we've added it to certain site plan and permit applications. But I think that's where we go with it, to the director's point. Clarify the terms of reference, clarify the membership, clarify the transparency, particularly from council into the committee. But in saying that, just to clarify, there's likely no scenario where it is like the other committees in its reporting relationship to council. That does essentially defeat the purpose of the committee. So we'll have to try to thread that needle, so to speak, as we develop these terms of reference.
And just one final caution. I actually think it would be very difficult to keep the membership that we have if we quote unquote politicize the committee like it was planning committee. I have other ideas as we work through this, where perhaps we have a set spot on planning committee for a member of the design review committee. So there's a through line there as well. But I think what we need to do working on these documents is make sure that if you do make a change, which I would suggest that you probably should, you do it through your committees of council policy, and we leave the language in the planning documents such that it's not another land use bylaw change if you do decide. We'll give you the flexibility to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I like that. I'm not
Yeah.
like, I think a working group is fine. Is that what it's called right now? The working group, just like we have the active transportation working group. I think we've had some feedback from the active transportation working group, so we know it. It's just the transparency of coming back to us that concerns me the most. And I do like, and I was going to mention this, if we could have an update possibly on the planning advisory committee. If there's something like that, it doesn't have to be one of the members. It could be yourself. Especially if there's something coming up that we should know about. So I'm happy with that part.
We can chat about this offline as well, but I mean, it could be even some more nuanced pieces of in the report that comes to council, a dedicated section related to the plan review working group as to commentary from that. Like there's all kinds of different things that we can do to improve the transparency and improve that through line in the decision making.
Great. Fantastic. So we'll leave the land use bylaws, those as they are, and then come back as part of our ops plan with the design review committee, working group, whatever that might be.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thanks,
Great.
folks.
Thank you.
There is one other conversation that I'm going to put on the screen that's not part of explicitly here, but it's about the zoning map.
Mhm.
Bear with me. I've been asked by staff to pull up a specific property at the
47.
page 47. Thank you. Oh, there we go. The land use zoning map. I'm going to zoom in here and bear with me while I find the spot. There's a couple areas up on Pleasant that are zoned R4. And at the corner of Highland and Pleasant, there is a large R3 property right here that my mouse is circling over. This property is owned by the same owner as these adjacent R4 properties. And they have asked to have that property included as R4 so that when they do apply for development, they don't have to consider two zones in their development. It is possible to assemble those properties under a single PID and have split zoning on it. And part of it would be developed as under R3 rules and part under R4 rules. That does get quite difficult for your development officer. So the request from the applicant or the owner is to have the corner property on the southeast of the Highland and Pleasant property to be zoned R4 rather than R3. The recommendation and the way the map shows it now is keeping the R3 property to be contiguous with its neighbors along Highland. This would be a change to make that face really be, that corner have a face of R4 buildings on Pleasant. Would really be the effect of the change. And we wanted to put that before council for a discussion.
I have a question on that. So if someone owns the two pieces of property that come together, are we then doing the same thing that Councillor Elliott referred to earlier, where two pieces were put together and instead of 8 units, it was 28 or whatever the number was? So are we actually then not just making it an R4, we're making it more dense? So it could be an R5.
Oh,
Aside
no.
from height.
You're not going to get to a different level of allowance within the zone. You're just expanding the area that can have R4 rights.
But that's not what we said earlier.
I think what you're, to correct me if I'm wrong, but just let me try to help. I think the subdivision is a different tool that is used. So any large lot that you would see, especially ones with a lot of road frontage, we can't predict whether someone would want to subdivide them or not, but we often do see that. It is a way that people develop larger lots, is they subdivide them into separate. Sometimes that's for financing reasons. Sometimes that's to achieve more density. Sometimes it's because they want to sell a portion to make money. But yeah, subdivision is a tough one. That lot is quite small from a subdivision perspective, though. Yeah.
The director, or Devin, is right. This is different. Earlier, we were talking about subdividing a larger property to get multiple 8-unit buildings, adding up over 24 or 8 and 6s. This would be assembling them into one and really having a building. It's really letting them build one building to capture all their density is what it is, rather than having to split it. It's sort of the opposite.
But a big building on that space would have to still hit the lot coverage, the parking,
All
and
that.
the maximum of 60 meters.
Mm.
Yeah, the maximum 60-meter dimension. Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so currently there's just a house on the corner. I'm not gonna get into the nitty-gritty, but if you go all the way up to R4, site plan 60 units. And then maximum, and then also a site plan maximum 24 units. From
Yep.
going from R4, so R3, it's a site plan on 16 units. That's what they could potentially do if we approve all of this. So it's a little bit of a jump from R3 to R4. Just for everybody's knowledge. Right now, what can they do?
The neighboring properties I would add on Highland are multi-unit that are to the south. They're two multi-unit buildings that share a parking lot. It's the residential character of this area is multiple family. On this corner of,
Yeah.
like the southeast corner of Highland and Pleasant, because the existing R3s are also, or sorry, the existing R4s are also multifamily. Yeah, this is an area that is multifamily.
Councillor Elliott?
I just have to throw in a little history here. If you'll put up with
Of
me.
course, always.
I love that. I love that house on the corner because it has to me, a very interesting female history that was used traditionally by a woman who had some nursing skills as a nursing home. So the rooms were rented out to senior females and they coexisted, which I think is a lovely model, but it'll probably go.
So I have concerns about that being more for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's going to be a daycare and there's going to be a mosque, possibly two daycares and a mosque. That's going to be one heck of a busy little corner. And when I mix places of worship and children and high traffic, I get anxious. I'm fine with it the way it is, and if there is if someone comes in to rezone it as an ask, do they need to provide a design document, whatever that word is that I'm looking for, before we can approve the rezone? And that comes to council.
Exactly. So you would have oversight through a rezoning process if, and what I was going to add is I don't believe we have drawings or specifics for these sites. So it's hard for us to really comment, to be honest, because all we can do is comment on the upper limits of the zoning categories. So if there is discomfort from council, I would suggest that the rezoning avenue, where you would get at least concept level drawings, you wouldn't have detailed building drawings, but you would have a sense of what's being proposed, and you could proceed through that avenue in the future. Yeah, we just don't have enough information, I would say.
So do we have consensus on all out? So I can ask them two ways, I guess. Is the consensus to leave it as an R3? And if you want it as an R4, please say. I'll assume it's R3 unless you tell me otherwise.
I guess I just feel that we're, creating more barriers, creating more administrative work, more effort. Like if they want it to be R4, they can go through the rezoning. They're probably going to do that anyway, but here's an opportunity to cut down on that amount of effort and work that would have to go through anyway, regardless.
There'd just be more oversight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so
you want it to be R4?
I think we just make it R4.
Okay. I'm happy to leave it. Because I think there's just so many of them along that same strip. Why don't they all just come and ask us, I guess? It just seems like it's unfair, but R4, R3 or R4, do you have an opinion?
Next door wants to develop it, then he's going to have to provide a lot of detail about what effects it may have on the community.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Butler.
I'm fine with it as is.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott.
Yeah, same.
Okay, R3.
All right, thank you. we're at a point now where we've gone through the noted discussions. You had raised two additional ones, the use table, and the two use tables, the downtown use table and the residential use table. We know we're gonna get there, and I know you all have lists of other issues you may have that aren't identified yet. So I think it's time to do that on both those things. It is 11:21. I think we can start this. I just want to be mindful of when your breaks are.
Yeah. So we're gonna do, let's go till 12:30, then we're gonna take 12:30, by the time we wrap it up, it's probably 12:45. We'll all leave or whatever, we'll do lunch and we'll come back at say 1:30, 1:45, depending on when we finish. Take a break to get up and walk around so we can come back and finish the discussion. Does that work for everyone?
All right,
Is that okay? So we're gonna go for about an hour?
great.
Okay.
I think if everyone's okay with it, we'll go back to the use table.
Yeah.
And we'll spend some time there. Derek?
So the use table is on slide 8 of our presentation, but within the land use bylaws you have printed, it's page 42 and 43.
Yeah.
And so there was some initial comments. We just agreed as a group to come back to these. So I'll leave it to you folks to air those comments now.
Yeah, so we're gonna go, so I think I wanna do, let's do them in order. So if we go down the use table and R1, is everybody okay with those as they are? There's not a whole lot of changes there anyway, but is everybody good with the R1 in the use tables as they are written? Okay. R2.
Just for clarification
Okay,
there, we're on the residential table first, right?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
The one on the left for the slide for those who are viewing virtually.
Yeah. And then R2, how do we, I'm gonna leave, let's look at them with everything except for the schedule A3, because that's another map, because we'll look at the map and A3 together. Is everybody okay with that?
Sure.
So we'll look at everything and we'll go down the list, but A3 will be at the end. So R2, do you have any concerns with what that looks like? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so R2 to me there's a little bit of confusion because we've gone through some iterations of R2 associated with RLD4. So my recollection is in the regular R2 that we had, we were only going to go up to a maximum of 3 units. And then we talked about only 4 and the RLD4. And I'm going to use an example because so over on Maple Avenue, there that zoning where there's 4 townhouses, that was zone R2, but then or zoned RLD4. We no longer have an RLD4. So what I feel has happened in R2, and this is why we're getting pushback from R1 not wanting to go to R2. I live in R2, so I've had a lot of people come to me saying that's a lot more density than you're doing in R1. So my question is, how did we get to four units when we had said the regular R2 is 3? That's my recollection on that. So just have to answer questions on that. Also, it does change the neighborhood a little bit. So you have a house, and so you have one home, that's 1 unit, right? I can potentially build 3 townhouses on that 1 unit if there's rent.
In the R2 zone, yeah, the maximum is 4 units as of right, if I'm not mistaken. And so if you have, if you're meeting the lot requirements, I don't know off the top of my head the number of main buildings per lot, but if you had just an R2 lot, for example, by itself, you could do 4 townhouse units on there. That would be correct, not including.
But you have the house, and then you can't build 4 townhouses because that's 5.
Yeah.
So you can build 3 townhouses on that lot if it permits.
I need to clarify one point. Apologies, Councillor. Unless, Devin, you know off the top of your head?
It says.
I don't think we regulate main buildings per lot.
Yeah, it's 4.
4.
Yeah. So, I mean, so here's my question. I live in R2 and R2 is still low density without the restrictions, right? So I look at R2 as more like ADUs. This isn't an ADU if you build 4 townhouses, right? Do you know what I mean? What is the size on those townhouses? It changes the look because it just does. And so we haven't done much to R1. I understand that. And so why some people don't want change is because they're like, oh, you're trying to add all this. Now you could build 4 units. I don't have it there. So that's their concern. I'm not in favor of four units on an R2 lot. That's low density residential. I understand that you have, you might not have the space, so it may not be an issue. That's not what the public sees. So, you could buy a lot and tear it down and put 4 townhouses. So what is the size? So then you have 4 townhouses and then you have parking for all of those. So it could be single families in all of them, 2 cars, like there's more density added to that. I'm just not in favor of the 4 units. So if it's council's wish that they want to keep that there, it would have to be on conditions. You have it permitted, but there has to be permitted, like for me, there has to be some permitted with conditions on there. Or you're going to have these 2 low density people sort of going, well, I didn't think that, or I didn't think that. Then you're going to have the R1 that are going to be saying, I'm looking out my window now because there's so much abutting and now I have 4 townhouses.
What I will say to that is that the lot requirements for lot coverage, side yard setbacks, building height, all of these things that are in place to kind of contain the density within the R2 zone would apply in these situations. So it's not like you can just fill a lot with townhouses to the property line to 100% lot coverage because of the permitted uses there. So there are those restrictions in place. And, you know, talking from experience here with other jurisdictions that do these plan reviews and enable more density, there is a fear that the public does express to councillors along the lines of everyone's going to tear down their home and build 4 townhouses. In practice, that rarely plays out when you look at the financials of purchasing a home and then tearing it down, the demolition costs, and then building only 4 units on there and trying to either sell or rent those. And so in practice, it doesn't, these worst case scenarios that we often, you know, hear and rightfully hear, don't necessarily play out. But what you are doing is providing more development rights back to landowners that were, you know, kind of arbitrarily taken away when we moved to this Euclidean zoning that Jacob talked about, and enabling this gentle density. Because yes, you could do 4 units. Is everyone in the neighborhood going to do 4 units? Likely not. You're going to be giving back the opportunity, though, to have those ADUs and other forms within these large lots in Wolfville. So we've considered the restraints there, the restrictions on the lot, and, you know, taking inspiration from the RLD4 zone, like you said. But yeah, the decision to go at 4 was one that we heard the input from council, but this is where we ultimately landed for a number of reasons.
And there is I do want to, I just took a second to get it up and make sure I had it on the page. When you are building townhouses in an R2 lot, there are zone standards. So you're going to need 6 meters for every townhouse frontage. And then you're going to need the additional side yards from your other R2 lot neighbors. So your side yards are additional 2 meters on each side. So if you got 4 meters plus 24 meters, 28 meters is going to be that's the smallest lot that could possibly fit 4 townhouses. And then you're going to have to talk about the marketability of a 6 meter frontage for a townhouse in Wolfville. I think there's some market for that, but this 6 meters is 18 feet. That's an 18-foot wide townhouse. I know you don't have a lot of 18-foot wide homes in Wolfville. There's some in the downtown. Actually, the you know, your super narrow friend up the street from Larch, but in your R2 areas, you don't have a lot of narrow townhouses that are at that scale. So it's not like every lot is going to be able to meet that, but many lots will have that frontage requirement. You also have your lot area, which is really the minimum lot is 372 square meters. So it's about 4,000 square feet. Most of your R2 lots are 4,000 square feet or larger, but there are some smaller lots that aren't. It says 372 square meters. 372 square meters is about 4,000 square feet. So we do have those other limits that are going to stop this from being a real offensive density increase in the area. But you are going to have 4 townhouses on some lots next to single family homes. And that is the definition of gentle density. And that it is like with the design review that you have through site plan approval. Actually, this is permitted. So you're just going to be permitted to bid. There's very little design review, right? You're going to get, if you're in the neighborhood design guideline areas, you're going to have design review, right? Which is a lot of your R2 or some of your R2 is certainly overlapping with that. But we are allowing more density in the R2 than we are in the R1.
Oh,
Can I ask
okay.
So I'm going to say that I thought we were on 3. And if we're at a point where we're saying, no one can really do this, then why even enable it? Because then in the one place that it's enabled,
Yep.
you are gonna have like going, why did you do that? And if we say, I guess if there's a level of comfort saying, oh, well, if no one is ever gonna do it, then just take it out.
It's not
Because
that-
it just gives us a level of comfort, because there are some R2 lots that are big enough to do those things, and they are not, in my opinion, inappropriate places. And I think it's as a 4 permitted, because we are rolling out that
Exactly.
we're rolling the east end into our planning documents, but that was done with an extreme amount of input. And so we're now just trying to mesh it all together. And in doing so, it's going up, and I'm not comfortable with it. I think we either need to put an overlay over the top of Maple as it was, and it can develop as it was, and the rest of town stays as it is. And when that's fully developed, it can roll into our documents, but it can't, we can't just roll everything together because Maple Avenue got a comprehensive development plan. Sure.
So you're looking for, other than the east end, R2 would be maximum 3 units.
Yep.
And we would essentially look to have another, we either do an overlay or another row in this table that would address the east end lands. Is that
Yeah.
what?
That's what I think, but.
So
I think
R2 would be
this-
3 units max.
Yeah. It's that gentle, we moved our 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then we'll talk about the other ones as we go, but these are some major jumps.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, I still don't think we have all of the infrastructure in place to handle these things, so I am not comfortable with it. Especially when we look at some of the other ones coming up, so that's my feeling. Everyone else is obviously entitled to theirs. Deputy Mayor?
Obviously, you know how I feel because I
Yeah.
started this conversation off. And thank you for clarifying it. I just want to clarify, I am for that anyway, is not in favor of that, but the ADUs will be under the same stipulations as in R1, right? The size of the ADUs.
Yeah, the standards
It's
are very similar.
standards on ADUs. I think in where the confusion is from like R1 to R2 is an ADU is actually, is that considered a unit? Because what's
Yeah.
happening is we're seeing units, right? So you're like an ADU and then there's a unit. So the same stipulations for the ADUs.
Yeah, it would always be max 4. So your ADU would be one of your units, right? Because it's a dwelling unit. So you would then be able to do 3 townhouses with an ADU in the back if that was preferred.
I'm not in favor of 4.
Yeah.
Just to
Yeah,
have it on
that's
the record.
clear.
So
Yeah.
it's 3, for me, I'm more in favor of 3.
Because you could do your house converted to an up and down and have an ADU.
Yeah.
That's the max you're allowed on your spice. Okay, Councillor Elliott.
I just wanted to raise something in a general way because these new documents kind of have a build philosophy. And the Nova Scotia population has dropped by 1,400 in the third quarter of last year, which is the first drop since 2020 and the largest decline since 2015. So I don't understand with the drop in the student population. I know we're an attractive community, but I don't understand the build. If
I will speak to that. I think a lot of the issues we've gotten into as a province, I mean, I could get very philosophical, writ large, is that we have been expecting to decline for 40 to 50 years. We have built that into our psyche. We've built that into our regulations. We've built that into our administrative processes. The planning conference, when I moved to Nova Scotia in 2010, was called Planning for Decline. This is Nova Scotia in a nutshell. Right. And then I was like, whoa, what did I do? Anyway, so a plan is not an edict. We make a plan so we're ready if growth happens again. None of us were ready for growth in 2020. And by not being ready, the toothpaste squeezed out of the wrong end, right? We had units being built, thrown in, we had extra things happening that no one wanted to see, and we had some really bad outcomes. So you make a plan that enables building so that when growth happens, you have it in the right spots. if you do and you say, okay, I don't want a plan that builds because we're declining, I don't need this right now. When it does happen and our immigration minister turns that dial back up, and you've said, well, we declined last year, so we didn't need this extra space, then you're not going to get it where you want. You're going to have it coming in other areas. That's the concern. So this is why we plan for, it's not planned for growth because we think we're growing. It's planned for growth if we grow, right? And a lot of Nova Scotia and a lot of the Maritimes, frankly, for 40 years did not have a plan to grow. And when we grew, we've suffered. And now we're having that backlash against migration and against growth because we weren't ready. Because in the 90s and the 2000s, when we weren't growing, we didn't do the work. So now we've had to all do the work in a very compressed amount of time. So by keeping the growth in the spots where you think you can have it later, you're going to be ready for that growth when it comes. So it's a little bit of a soapbox, but also a bit of a direct response to Councillor Elliott. There is a need to be prepared for growth, even though we declined by 14,000 people last year. All right.
I accept that, but in back of my mind, I go back to the NSM conference where the premier stood up and said, we're 1 million now, we're gonna be 2 million. And that attitude on his part bugs me.
CAO.
I'll let that one just.
Just sit there for a
slide right
minute.
The other piece that I'll just add to Jacob's comment is a big reason as to why we embarked on this work, as well as the diagnosed challenge we have within our community around housing options and variety and housing affordability. And the particularly in the R2 zone, but in all of the zones, what we've aimed to do here is to provide more options for whether it be a single family or a single person or whatever the case might be, to be able to find housing that is suitable to their place where they are in their lives right now, and also that is something that is at least somewhat affordable. Because what we're finding in the community right at this particular moment, given the lack of diversity in housing options and the more recent population boom, not only across the province, but more in our region, in our town, is the affordability of housing has really taken a hit. So that's also what we're trying to thread the needle on with some of these adjustments is to slightly improve the affordability through the availability of supply and to provide those options for folks who are looking for those kinds of options that aren't necessarily in the market right now.
Good point.
So I'm going to say this. I think that and I understand that if I look at this map, if we take out the roads, the parks, the Acadia lands, I'll bet my bottom dollar that R1 and R2 is about 50%, 60% of this map. And we just added one lot, one unit to, and potentially two to every single one of them. I'd say that's growth. Deputy Mayor.
So are you suggesting to go down again in R2 or no?
I
I mean, I did a deep dive, but I on the existing and the proposed, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't restricting more than was already allowed. I just have one last question, and maybe I should know the answer to this, but I'd like to have it on record. So we're going down from 4 to 3. So that's the recommendation that we're saying here, looking around the table. If you build 3 townhouses, though in R2 right now, we're allowed short-term rentals, but it has to be owner occupied. So what will be the restrictions on short-term rentals if you build a 3-unit townhouse? Do you have to be like owner, like they can't be short-term rentals in those? Like, it's kind of confusing because I can't remember what it says. Because if those 3 townhouses are all short-term rentals, but they're not owner occupied.
So if you build 3 townhouses on one property and it's multiple units on the same PID, if they're not condominiumized, it's a single owner for the townhouses, right?
Mhm.
Your short-term rental bylaw says one of those units has to be occupied
Okay.
by
So
the owner.
one of them has to be occupied. Okay.
And it could even be because of the way short-term rental, they could partially occupy, they could be in it and rent out bedrooms and rent out the.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay.
I was just concerned that there would be no owner,
No, the
like,
owner, I
in
think-
that, they still have to be owner occupied even.
Under
like-
your short-term rental
That's what I
bylaw, you
thought.
need owner occupancy. That's, yeah.
Mhm.
And that's supported by the provinces supporting regulation around accommodations. Like that's, I've watched that play out. They do check residency, they need licenses, they need bills, they do all that work when they give you your accommodations license.
Yeah, so just to be sure, you have three of them. Maybe one person lives in one and then the two other have 3 bedrooms. So that could potentially be 2 units owner, like short-term rentals coming and going in a neighborhood. That's a concern for me. That's
Yep.
all.
Just to clarify for consensus, so it's maintain in the former RLD4 zones via an overlay in the zoning map, for example, the 4 units, and in all the remaining R2 zones in town, put them to 3.
Yep.
Is that correct? I'm
Yep.
seeing nodding heads.
That's for me.
Yeah.
Yep, yep, yep. Go ahead.
And just to clarify, we do have, for these more unique uses, you'll see down in the table further, we have cluster housing. And so if someone has a very large property in R2 and they wanted to come in, that would be a process in front of council.
Yep.
And that would give them the ability, I think, in the cases that are probably realistic in the shorter term, that's a good tool for those owners if some of them do want to intensify. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
That's in the current bylaw too, though. I mean, that's in
Yeah.
the current that we can have cluster houses. So I'm fine with that. Yeah.
It will, oh, sorry.
I'm just going to say this too, and I said it during PAC. The reason we took on the housing, it's, I think, as a core belief was that we were going to influence affordability and give housing options, not necessarily incentivize short-term rentals, because that does the opposite of what was there. So I just need to say that because I believe that we should create housing for people. I am also a belief in, I understand we need economic drivers and for places for people to stay. I'm just not always sure that they should be at the expense of housing for individuals. So I juggle with those at night, but that's fine. I just needed to say that out loud.
Yeah, I think you're, oh, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
you touched it.
Councillor Van Niekerk?
Are you suggesting that we take short-term rental out of R2?
No, no, because that would be taking something away from someone. It's the fact that if you could have one, like, if you could have 3, now I could live in one and I could rent out 2 of them.
Yeah,
When I think the major consensus of this was to create housing,
yeah.
not necessarily a business.
In these zones.
So
In
mean,
those zones.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if
Yeah.
we need to reflect that somehow then.
Is it 2, one must be long-term rental and the other short? I don't know how we would, again, I guess it comes back to, I don't.
So short-term rentals are permitted with conditions in the R2 zone.
Permitted with conditions, okay.
Yeah, I think you have the conditions that you're speaking about to encourage residential development without opening the door, without blowing the doors wide open on short-term rentals such that they take away from residential growth. As you said, it is a balance. It's a nuanced balance because in some instances in these zones, folks will want a short-term rental to be able to afford living in the home. So it is, just as you said, it's a balance. I think where we've landed on owner occupied and things of that nature is pretty close, if not bang on to that balance that you're describing.
So compliance then comes into play when there are issues with noise, parking, all of those things. So again, that's a strain on our resources should those things happen, but let's be clear that we need to keep that in mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, did you have?
Yeah, so I do want to comment and I understand all this, but you have a home and then you have 2 ADUs, maybe they're both 850 square feet and they're both short-term rentals.
Yeah.
That adds a lot to a neighborhood that we didn't have sort of before.
It's one more than everything.
It's
but
one more,
it's
like I get it.
consistent.
I can,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
consistent, like I understand.
get that.
I'm
It's
fine
fine.
with it. It's
Yeah.
not that. It's just for the short-term rental. I'm more looking at the long-term rentals. This is providing housing. So somebody buys a house and they're like,
Yeah.
okay, this is what it's providing. And I'm not against people, but I'm not looking at R1 and R2 that this is a money-making market of this is what you're going to do. I'm looking at it to support the owner in some income, but it's not like you're going to do that all over town, I guess, basically.
I think our best advice too, and I'll say this now, and I think it should be formally advised to your staff and your council as well. You have all the data you need to know if these policies are effective. Because you're going to adopt some version of these policies and regulations in the next little while, and then they're going to be enforced. And over the next year, you're going to see how many permits you get for these types of different things. And you're going to have physical examples of what it did to a neighborhood to have that. You're going to have the lived experience. You're going to have bylaw complaint records. You're going to have the actual site plans or the plans for the buildings that got built or permitted, if not built yet. And you're going to have this real data to counter this. And I think it's when you adopt this, you can also adopt a direction for your staff to come back to you in 1 year with a couple of these data points so that you have better information on what's changed. Darian and I have said to several councils around Atlantic Canada, we understand that there's real risk here, but we haven't seen that happen. We've talked about this, like even Halifax allows 8 units per lot. They've permitted 90 of those in a city of 500,000 people since they adopted that. And those 90 are projects that get a $15,000 cash grant from the city. So they can't even pay people to do this. So we don't see this happening. Although if it were to happen, Deputy Mayor, we know it would change the character of your community. We also know the character of all of our communities will change from now into the future. It's really about the pace that it changes and how it changes and for whom does it benefit. So those things can come back to you with real data from your staff 1 year, 18 months, 2 years from now, that you can then adjust and think about what changes you might need to make to the conditions that are letting this happen. So I would advise you, when you do adopt new policy and regs, to come back and give yourself the opportunity within your council timeline to look at what you adopted while you're all together still, right?
Can I ask a question on that? So if we allow one house, so if I live in one and I allow a short-term rental and a short-term rental, in 1 year from now, let's say we get, even if we get 5 of them and we go, whew, that is not good. We don't like this. This isn't working for us. Can we take it away? Because if the answer is no, then we start out with going, both have to be long-term and you can have one short-term. And then if we feel like it's working, we can add on. But if we can't take it away, then we stop it now. I think that's almost to what the question that you were asking that I didn't quite get till now, but I think what is the mechanism to take away? I mean, I guess if we permitted it, we can't take those ones away, but can we take away further ones? Or take away the
I can answer that. You can,
permission to do more? Am I asking that? Okay. Okay.
I don't think we shouldn't conflate the ability, like short-term rental is a use.
Mhm.
It's not a land right for volume of building or type. So I don't think you should conflate that as a down zoning. I do think a town has every right to change and they have changed their bylaws around short-term rentals when they see them having undue impact on residential. I don't think that's the same as saying, I used to be R3, you may be up to R4, you can't put me down to R3. That's sort of a taking under land use attached to the form and the size of the building. But the short-term rental is a use that has detrimental effects on other aspects of your town. I think it's well within your right to reconsider those regulations.
Okay.
Right. And your staff will provide you best advice with all the risks that you need to consider at that time.
Great. So we can change it.
Yeah, and I would just say that from our experience enforcing short-term rentals, which we have done quite a bit of, the main issue has been full home rentals with no owner on site. We haven't had issues when the owner is on site. That's why you're seeing this change. And the extension of that is the other issue we've had is there was quite a bit of confusion on where inns were allowed. And inns were really difficult because they didn't really fit into the modern context. And so we've adjusted, as Jacob said, we've been administering quite a recent bylaw, and we've made adjustments like that to better serve where we think council wants to go.
Okay, so everybody's comfortable with that. So we'll go, that's gonna say 3. And then, so if I go down the rest of the R2, are we okay with the DA for cluster hut, like all of those others that were okay, because they were there before? Okay,
Are the folks at you guys catching
Oh,
the
yeah.
stuff? You've got all that?
Catching everything.
okay. Yeah. So is R2 accessory dwelling unit detached? It says P, but should it not be PC? Because it does have all the buffering, all of the other things that are required. Is that not correct?
Those are still required. They're just additional, on top of those, they're additional conditions levied in just the R1 zone. That was flashed on screen. I forget what slide it was,
Yeah.
but all of the conditions from 4.2 still apply in the R2 zone. There just are some additional conditions within the R1 zone for extra measure there.
I think everything in the R1, it should be on R2. It's the same feel.
These conditions here.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have an overlay on the Maple Avenue stuff, which is different, fair enough. But the rest of town should R1 and R2 in terms of all requirements for adding things on, should the buffering, the parking, all of the stuff should be exactly the same.
Buffering is the same. The biggest change would be the total floor area limit was specific to the R1. And the no more than 2 bedrooms was specific to the R1. Those in R2 were not there. They were accessory dwelling unit had more allowance.
Oh,
For the internal, I think that's
The-
the
the
note
accessory-
here.
That's for internal accessory dwelling units.
For detached accessory dwelling units, there's still the same
They
rule
are the
around
same.
bedrooms and the floor area maximum.
In the current LUB, or though that the R2 has accessory units detached a PC. They're permitted with conditions and that. So we wouldn't be, if we put that back in, like consistent with R1, it wouldn't change.
It's a single family home.
Yeah, it's a
neighborhood.
single family home.
In my
I-
opinion, they should be the same.
I think. that
Does
you could-
anyone else have an issue?
Yeah, I think they should be in.
I mean,
Acknowledging Maple is different. PC. Okay. Everybody said yes to that?
Yes.
Okay. So are we good with R2 as it is with those changes?
Mhm.
R3? I gotta go backwards. Some of
Oh,
them, go ahead.
You
Sorry,
want me to
Karen.
just, okay, so I mean, R3 is a significant jump too, when I'm looking at it compared to the current LUB. And so we have, site plan at 16 units. In the last LUB, that would be a development agreement, or they don't even allow them. So R3. So maybe an agreement. What they had.
I'm trying to think what R3 was. I think I'm with,
The maximum at a development agreement is currently in R3, maximum 16 units is a development agreement. 3 to 8 units is a site plan currently. So we would be jumping, permitted would be 8 units. That used to be a site plan. And then a site plan from 16 units, that's what they're recommending, but it's currently a development agreement. And then a development agreement for 24 units. So we used to have a site plan for 3 to 8. Now it's permitted. So I guess we'll be looking at the 16 and the 24 to see if we want to keep those site plans and development agreement. That would be my jumping. Does that make sense?
yeah. And I think that goes right across the R3, 4s and 5s. So 16 to 60 to 120, they're all site plans. And should they be development agreements? Is that the question? Because it's a big jump.
Yes, that's would be, I'm throwing it over.
Okay. Does anyone have any strong feelings on those ones? I guess, sorry, Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I go back to the 28 units on Highland Avenue. Like, there's just something wrong to me about putting 4 parcels together for that many housing units and not having the oversight of a development agreement. Can we get around that? Can we add agency to that?
So you will have the ability to subdivide is not something you can take away from a landowner in Nova Scotia. So you can de facto change it by having very large standards. So you make a really large frontage standard, and then people can't subdivide. You're not going to get any development in that area. That's something we can do. And then as that frontage gets smaller and smaller, you increase the likelihood of seeing something develop. When you give the rights, you then have to do the calculus on who's going to subdivide and why would they do it. Like your case on Highland, someone has subdivided so they could get multiple 6 and 8 unit buildings done. You see it as a 28 unit building or 28 unit development, and they see it as 4 separate developments that are all being built at the same time. Your frontage is really where you're going to try to correct that. In the R3, we have 6 meter per townhouse. So if you were going to do 16 units in townhouse form in the R3, you would need 96 meters of frontage to do that, right? So we have a pretty strong control in R3 where only your largest R3 lots are going to be up in that 16 to 24 range. Most of them are they're going to max out on the number of units based on their lot size, right? So that's where they're going to get limited in R3. And again, we would still consider this sort of thing missing middle density. It's not really large multifamilies. This is multiple units on a lot closer to your cluster housing than a multi-unit building. We use the term multi-unit building because we wanted to be clear with everyone that that's what townhouses really are. But yeah, so Councillor Elliott, people will subdivide. We have these very large frontage standards for R3 so that only the largest R3 lots are going to see massive redevelopment. And for the most part, you're going to see maxed out density higher than R2, but not 28 units on a lot of these smaller R3s that are in the middle of town.
So then what that tells me is that instead of getting townhouses or that gentle density, we're looking at apartment buildings. Because that's what people are going to make. I mean, that's what's going to be built. Yeah. That's what's being built now. So anywhere in R3, you're looking at, you can build up to 24 units with a DA 16 as of right with a site plan. Can someone remind me what 292 number is? How many? 60. Okay.
Looking at the map, it looks to me like this is R2.
What is it?
What is?
What is 28 unit?
Yeah, Mark or Devin may be able to speak more to the actual current proposal. I'm not sure what it is. It's R3.
Okay. So I think I'm okay. The more I think about it, I think I'm okay with the R3 and the R4 as they are. I'm just curious on the 120 units is a big development.
Just the R5.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I know, but it's still a big one. Can that be a DA? So we have some oversight onto how big, what the trap, I mean, I know you're gonna get some in a site plan, but whew, that's a big building.
Can I just speak to that one? Where we've gone with R5, where we've now limited it to so the only ones that are remaining already went through a rezoning.
Okay.
Or they're part of the East End. That's it.
Right.
So with Tideways coming out, with the West End coming out, if someone did want to do that, you would basically be triggering a rezoning again,
Right.
which would, I think, level up process wise. And really the rezoning, the reasons we're doing that was to set up the site plan. Yeah, okay.
So good decision for us to leave the R4s where they were then. That's what that tells me. Okay, perfect. Well, serves the purpose that I was thinking about. Okay, so our R3 and R4 and R5 good the way they are then? We went through R3 a bit, R4. I don't think there was a ton of difference except for the ones at the very top here, and we just talked about the DA one on 120.
The DA,
But it's only at what we said, it's only on Maple. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, yeah. So is everybody okay with that one? Those ones? Okay. Mixed use. That's the only one that, so we'll go down that column. And is everyone fine with the mixed use in the way they are? So addition, da, 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 da. Give everyone a second. Any concerns under those uses for mixed use? We don't have a ton in town anymore, the way it is, so, okay, everybody's okay with that one? So I've got, we'll get through this.
So
Table.
just to confirm, so
Okay.
the two main changes from that first table are one, to move most of the R2 units to most of the R2 lots to 3 units as of right, except for the ones that are former RLD4. Those will have an overlay.
Yep.
And then to add the same conditions for ADUs in the R1 zone to the R2 zone.
Correct.
Those are the two big changes from this table. Okay.
Yeah, and on this table, what that means is lines 2 and 3 under R2 will be PC and PC.
Mhm.
And column 1 residential uses will say dwelling multi-unit, maximum 3 units
Mhm.
will be the category. And then we'll have an overlay that accepts the east end from that, or not the east end, from that one area that allowed 4 units to continue to do that.
Awesome.
Into the future. That's clear. You guys understand that the maximum 3 units then across the board, we continue that P even though it won't be used because they're really maximum 8 units in R3 and R4, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. The following page, land use bylaw, page 43, has now the neighborhood commercial uses. So this is still slide 8.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so let's keep going here. So mixed use was okay as it was?
Yes.
So we're gonna go through Schedule A3 next on this table.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
okay?
so that's
Yeah.
exactly, that's on page 43, the Schedule A
Yes.
column.
Yeah.
So these are the permitted commercial uses within the neighborhood zones. So again, for clarification, for those who are wondering, on page 43, that far right column, Schedule A3, these are the permitted neighborhood commercial uses within the map, Schedule A3 at the end of the land use bylaw. So those properties shown in blue along commercial corridors where they have permitted additional permitted commercial uses, this is the table that outlines that.
I've got a few on this, to be honest, so does anyone else want to start, or do you want me to go? Go, yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
You want.
Yeah, 100%. Go,
I
Councilor Dunning.
It's more maybe of a clarification though, because just when looking at this. And looking at the zoning, so for example, on the map that shows where. The neighborhood commercial is gonna be, the blue.
Mhm.
One, we have a lot of it going up Gasbro Avenue and then a lot of it. Going up Highland, just for example, and that's largely zoned R3, correct?
Yes.
So when I look at what the permitted uses are for R3, it seems to me that there's not a lot of permitted uses. So I'm just maybe an example, like if you wanted to open a convenience store in somewhere on Gasbro Avenue or Highland, where would that, you wouldn't be able to do that then?
So the property shown in blue on Schedule A3, the permissions there trump the underlying zone.
Yeah.
So if
Okay.
you're an R3 zone and you're blue on that Schedule A3 and you're on Gasbro or Highland or any of the streets, because if you're highlighted on that schedule, it means you use the commercial permissions granted from the column, the far right column, Schedule A3, and not the R3.
Oh, I see.
So these are
Okay,
additional
so it's-
commercial permissions.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for
course.
me. And, but just to that,
Mhm.
so I guess the broad category here is neighborhood commercial up to 100% of ground floor of a multi-unit building. Like that's the use for kind of the catch-all of most types.
Yeah, like a thing that
Yeah.
wouldn't fall in here,
Vape
but.
shops.
And that's why we have that neighborhood commercial definition that we went over earlier.
Okay.
So it's like small scale, intended to serve the neighborhood there. And so if there are specific uses, for example, like vape shop that you're very concerned about, there's definitely room to workshop and make sure, like, I think there's like, what is it? There's,
Well, adult entertainment's the classic one
Yeah.
that we've always, adult entertainment's the one in Canada that people are uncomfortable with in certain areas. And we've always sort of called that out separately and said not allowed. And you can do the same with vape shop if it's something
Yeah.
that you really feel is a blight.
like tasting room and brewery, for example, are like explicitly not permitted within the Schedule A3 areas.
Yeah.
Because they're like alcohol serving establishments. So keeping, again, the neighborhood character, small scale, those things are specifically omitted from the schedule within that table there, for example.
Yeah.
Okay. And, but other than tasting rooms, I mean, that's kind of the only one that we have, right? We haven't called out adult entertainment or betting rooms or vape shops or
Ad-
anything like that. right?
Adult entertainment is not a permitted use.
No.
And,
So like if it's not on this list, it's explicitly not a permitted use.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it, so you have to be on the list to be allowed.
Yeah,
And If
exactly.
you're not on the list, you're by default not allowed.
Precisely.
I guess that's why it's confusing because it feels like the neighborhood commercial is like a general catch-all category.
Right.
So just in the example of vape shop, would that be allowed or not allowed?
The intention definitely is not for that to be allowed unless I hear otherwise here. But we can, I don't want to hop back, but like on that definition note, we can,
Okay, and I'm not sure if that's what we want. I'm just bringing, that was just an example I was thinking of, but. I think
we can
that's-
tighten up that neighborhood commercial one. I'm not sure. Do you know, Jacob, off the top
I'm
of your
just
head,
looking
searching
now.
if like a vape shop is defined within the bylaw?
Like this, I
It
was
is
thinking
not.
anything that is, what is the word I'm looking for? Age controlled
Yeah.
should not be allowed.
Mhm.
Like make it just explicitly, there's no alcohol, there's no vape, there's no cannabis, there's no gambling, adult entertainment in our neighborhoods. Downtown, well, it can have a vape shop, but for now,
Sure.
but in the neighborhood commercial, let's just say anything that is age controlled, because I mean, our elementary school is quite literally in there. I know we have something on that street specifically, but why not just make it up the street? Especially when we're gonna have more daycares and everything up that street, let's just take that paraphernalia, yeah. And just
Yeah.
add that as a line item. Does
Yeah.
everybody feel that's consistent with
Yeah.
the
that
nature?
works.
That
And
definitely
it's
works.
nice, like age control is a nice neutral way to define it. And then
Yeah.
you capture everything without having to go
Like
specific. on-
everyone.
Yeah. That's great.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So when I go through the map itself, I can go through the uses, I guess, since it's up, but farm markets is permitted across all those, which I think is odd. Maybe permitted with conditions. It's a big, like, I just find it's an odd thing to put in all those spaces, but that was my, I don't know. I don't know what a farm market is well, I guess I have to go back to the definition. Do I?
Confused me as well, that
Yeah.
one going.
Farm market means a building or part of a building in which farm produce, crafts, or baked goods make up the major portion of the items offered for sale. A mini mart? Okay. Yeah,
And
Counselor
Well,
Williams?
well, I mean, there are farm stands on the extreme eastern end of Main Street, and they're within the property line. They're not actually. They're abutting the street, but they're not in the street.
Mhm.
But surely there's nothing to stop anybody doing that on their own driveway. Is there?
Like a fruit stand?
Are we allowed to have a fruit stand at the end of our driveway? Okay.
I do want to remind folks as well that there is that 120 square meter maximum for these
Right.
uses. So like
Yeah.
you couldn't try and sneak in a grocery store through the farm market use
Use.
because you're capped
Okay.
at that
Okay.
area.
Sure, all right, then I can move that. Hotels are a site plan through all of those. And and then,
It may be, I mean, if you look at the definition of hotel, you're not fitting one in 120 square meters.
no, so I guess I think that should just be taken out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Micro.
Yeah, hostels, well, hostels is a room.
Yeah.
And it'd be 1,200 square feet. So I guess you could fit a few, but does that make sense? In in those neighborhoods? I would take hostels and hotels out. Because again, we're looking at short-term rental stuff in our neighborhoods. Okay, so let's not start now. Laundromats, I think should be permitted with conditions because it does take parking, it does take exhaust, it takes traffic. But that was, I thought that was an odd one too, but not that we have any of those anymore either, but. And medical clinics, I just don't think that should be allowed up there either. They take a ton of parking.
Does medical clinics mean like physiotherapy?
Oh,
like
could mean that.
in-home stuff
Oh,
like that?
Well,
though?
does medical clinic mean that? 1,200.
Massage
You're not gonna.
or-
Hmm. I got 5 or 6 and 1,200 square feet.
There is also, you have good regulations, well-established, long-standing regulations around home occupation. So you have professionals working in their homes with
Yeah.
offices in their homes outside of Schedule A3.
Okay.
You're doing that already.
Okay,
So
so,
those often are the medical clinics people think about in residential, as doctor's office.
so is everybody okay with medical clinics being in there then, as it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell you the turnover in a medical clinic, I'm saying it's a lot. Yeah. And no one will build it because there's no parking to go with it anyway, so. Nursing homes, when I go down here, it's a DA in the mixed use, it should be a DA in the, across the board. Yeah, well, no, so in the, yeah,
The R5 has
its own.
rights that are moving
Yeah.
with secondary planning exercises, including the recent nursing home. I would really suggest not to change the
Yeah.
R5. Yeah.
So the P, but where you put the blue over. Literally, it's even attached to the one we just had a large discussion with, and it's permitted right next door to it, which makes no sense. So if you look at nursing homes, we changed it to a DA on here. And we talked about it on the west end of town, but literally the piece of property right next door, it's blue, it's permitted.
Yeah, I think for the commercial corridors, 120 square meters is not large enough for a nursing home anyway.
So just put,
So
We're gonna run through, same nursing home.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
We've got a couple, like hotel, hostel,
residential care
residential
facility,
care
likely.
facility, likely not something we want to include in there. And then even SROs, you know, you've got those allowed in some areas. Let's not muddy the water by allowing them in the Schedule A3. It's meant to be the small commercial opportunities.
Yeah.
As discussed, like, let's
Yeah.
keep it commercial, keep it flower shop.
yeah, so I think that's just.
Can we just, one more clarification? I went back to the intent that we had in the last plan about Acadia Street that I think
Yeah.
you just want to apply to the neighborhoods generally. And I just want to clarify the language. So you were talking about, was it age restricted? And I just want to have direction here. So we'll apply that to the Acadia Street area because
Yeah.
it actually is only calling out alcohol related uses and
Should be all of them.
If
Okay,
I can
so
add
we'll-
really briefly on that, I just think of two items like lottery tickets and cigarettes that would be sold at a corner store or convenience store, which is a desirable neighborhood location, a neighborhood commercial location. So I think we can begin with age restricted, but we should workshop this just a little bit before we get set on it. I think it's a good direction, definitely, but make sure we're not preventing a desirable neighborhood commercial use.
Yes. Corner stores have lots of age restricted stuff inside them.
Yeah.
Including vapes
Yeah.
and whatever those little nicotine pouches that people use are called.
Okay, so you're gonna workshop that and come back with some suggestions on how we might word that or the spaces we might.
I think if
not-
there's anything council wants to clarify though about what the intent that you're trying to get at there, because that is going to be the problem is corner stores can sell a lot of stuff with
Mhm.
ID. Standalone shops dedicated to these things are different, I
So,
guess.
If it's a corner store, it's a DA. We'll figure out where it is. Like if you
Let
put a
us-
quarter store, I don't know,
If I may add, I feel like
Uh,
that is.
no one will do it.
I think, again, the topic here is just preventing establishments that are dedicated towards the vape shops and
Mm.
someone said gambling earlier. I mean, I don't know if we can have a mini casino in a neighborhood area, but that's the thing you don't want in a neighborhood. I don't think a corner store where you can walk down from your house and buy milk is something that's disruptive. Even if they do sell cigarettes or vapes, you will get to ID them. But the other things they sell are what is most important to the neighborhood, and that going through a DA process for that is significantly onerous
Sure.
for
fair
the use that it is.
And I would say there's existing provincial legislation around this is why you can no longer see cigarettes in the corner store. It's why they no longer have cigarettes in the drugstore. So I'm guessing when we look into this, we're going to come up with something from the provincial regulation that you can lean on. Because kids are allowed to walk into corner stores and buy gum. They can't see porn, they can't see cigarettes, but they're both in there, right? I assume,
Yeah.
but there's like,
It's not the first one, but
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm remembering my childhood. There was a magazine section that said adults only. You
don't
weren't
know
allowed
what
to
the
go
clerk
in
is up
there.
to, but I'm gonna presume.
I apologize. These are, I mean, it's uncomfortable conversations, but there is a reality where
Yeah.
there are age restrictions on certain things we can do. And we've been keeping children safe for a long time with various forms of hiding things away from them. Right.
So, all right, so we're gonna change Schedule 3, the last one was DA on there, so that's what I had on those. I think the only other things when I look at the map, can we put the map up on the screen of the A3 neighborhood commercial corridors?
Slide. A3 in the report. It's on page.
Yes, should be good.
Page 118 of the PDF.
The long and the short of it is, I am not 100% sure why we went as far west on the top of Pleasant, which, or Skyway. That is an R1 zone where you're gonna put commercial. And we didn't do it on the east end, so I don't think we should do it on the west.
Oh, yes, down there.
Sorry,
On the
Mayor,
top
please
of-
repeat that.
So on the top of Kent to the west over here, so you have one that's institutional, one big one. So all of that right there, that is all R1 single family homes. I don't think that makes any sense. And we didn't do it on the east end because that's all R1, or well, more actually on the other end. So I would take that out. Neighborhood commercial and not on those streets up there.
So the last one,
So if you could,
just to clarify, the last one on Pleasant Street going west would be at the top of University.
yeah, that would be the last
That
one.
blue one would be the last one, and then everything west of that.
Yeah.
On Pleasant would be
Yeah.
removed.
The only thing yes, take that out. And then I'm curious why we didn't add, and maybe it's because it's zoned R4 and it can do that anyway. Up at the top of the west end, that isn't the top of Sterling, go to the left, yeah, that bigger parcel at the bottom corner. So up there are going to be, it's R4, so there'll be higher density residential apartment buildings. Why is there no commercial in there?
If I can offer, I think that the cutoff was just where it went from Skyway to Sterling. I
Okay.
think if I recall correctly, and the intention for that portion was just to service that, like that former CDD area to the south of there.
So I would say take those blue ones out that are in the R1 area, and I don't see anything wrong with putting a corner store or a cafe or a bakery at the top there on the bottom of what might be a 60-unit apartment building.
Right,
I
in
mean,
the
in fact, I would encourage it.
They have those
Yeah.
rights in the
Those rights.
zoning.
I want, yeah. So is that why you didn't put it on there? Okay. that's
Yeah,
fair.
and this started too with like a street hierarchy conversation. This started as what streets are used as corridors to get through town. And when those are heavily trafficked, they should have a mix of these. This is why the opportunity came. It wasn't to serve residential density as much as it was to be on the right corridor.
Yeah.
It was a corridor-based decision.
Yeah. That's fine. And if they have rights, that's good. I thought they did, but I wasn't 100% sure. So as long as we take that blue one off, I think the rest is on Main Street and up our major corridors and reasonable.
Do you think it would be helpful to add to this map though? Because that is a good point that there are neighborhood commercial development rights outside of this map.
Mhm.
And maybe that's causing confusion that the multi-unit sites have inherent development rights. And I think that would probably be pretty easy just to put another category and hatch it that C underlying zone that
Right.
has development rights. And then you'd see the whole picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if that was pink, you'd go, oh, that has rights already
Yeah.
and something on the
Yeah.
east end has, right? Yeah.
You've given,
Use your mic then. Thanks.
you've given the
It's-
president permission to open a small store on,
Yes,
yep.
Yeah.
bookstore,
Oh,
sell sweaters,
Yes.
bumper stickers,
Revenue
Acadian Dad
diversification.
t-shirts.
Right. All right. So is that okay with everybody, the way we've gone through that section A3? Did you get the changes to A3 that you think are good?
Yeah, so
That, okay,
I've got a lot here. I just want to clarify at the very end there, so removing that section by Kent from those 3 pits over. Did you want to include areas in that R3 or R4 zone at the south of Sterling or the top of the hill near Sterling? Or no, leave that for now.
I think Director Lake just said that it's already zoned to have, it's R4, but it has development rights for neighborhood businesses.
Yeah, in the table, the use table for neighborhood commercial uses, R4 has a number of permitted uses. So I just think we need to, if the intent of this schedule is to show where commercial can happen outside the downtown, I think we can just do an update
Okay.
to indicate on the multi-unit sites that it's clear that you can have rights in the bottom of your building.
Yeah.
That's always been the case.
Okay. Yeah.
I
we can
think
update
too.
See that now, yeah.
You know, when I'm envisioning different colors coming onto the schedule, your downtown has a lot of commercial right, obviously. These areas have a very small but persistent commercial right, and your R4s will have commercial rights as well as your R5s. What you start to see is a Wolfville that's pushing back against the old separation of uses and saying, no, our town thrives when we mix these uses. And I think it could be a compelling visual for Wolfville to say, we know that things happen everywhere, just in different scales. So what you regulate is the scale of things happening. You're not trying to regulate things from not happening. It's the scale that is the problem. But we went too far in the 80s when we just separated everything. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Butler?
It might just be because I've been looking at these for too long, but on the neighborhood commercial use table under tasting rooms for R5, it says a development agreement. But none of the R5s are in the Schedule A3. Are they? So why would there be a development agreement if they're not allowed to have them?
If I can.
Is that, or did I just say that completely wrong? Does that make sense?
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so.
Or I can't find an R5 property in
Yes.
the commercial corridor. So tasting rooms aren't allowed in the commercial corridor, but you can have a development agreement for a tasting room in an R5, but none of the R5s are in the commercial corridor.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Up
Okay.
until that last statement there.
Why is it there?
This table shows all of the underlying permitted commercial uses within these neighborhood zones. So if you ignore the corridors for a second, you can, if you have an R5 property, you can do it, or a site plan approval, sorry, RDA, sorry, for a tasting room, full stop. For some properties along those streets, along Highland and Gasbro and Main and yada, 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 there are additional commercial uses that are then given to them, additional commercial permissions because of their location along these corridor routes within Wolfville. And so if you have it, if you're in both, right, if you're in both a zone and then this corridor area, the higher permissions from the corridor are what apply. But if you're not in a commercial corridor, you may still have commercial uses permitted as outlined by this table here. And that's what Devin was getting at with the R4 zone.
Go ahead. Put them on the map.
There is no definition for a tasting room in the back. So, okay, of what a tasting room is. Okay.
Same with Nano Brewery, right?
Oh, those are provincially regulated. Right. Okay.
I think you just illustrated why we need to clarify on the map, though.
Yeah.
And I think Jacob's point was well taken, that it would be a good visual to show that you can do things in all parts of town.
Yeah. Okay,
It's just
go ahead.
going
Couple.
back to tasting rooms, but if you've got children around, would you still be able to have a tasting room?
According to us, only in R5.
So those are, I don't know the provincial regulations well enough, but I can follow up with you and we can give you a breakdown of what is permitted in and out of nano breweries, tasting rooms. There's a hierarchy of alcohol related uses that the province regulates.
Thanks.
Yeah, I see those. Okay. All right, so we made it through that table.
Amazing.
Woo.
There are no further, oh, sorry, my bad. If there are no further points there, then the next thing you had flagged for discussion was these two tables.
Right.
So these are located on pages 68 and 69 of the land use bylaw. And these are it's the same concept, the permitted uses table, but this is just for the downtown zone.
So I'm gonna, it is almost 12:30, so I'm gonna ask, has anyone flagged anything on this? What page is that? 60?
68 and 69 of the land use bylaw.
Does anyone have anything flagged on there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had
That's
a
right.
question that there was no row for adult entertainment.
You seem to be hung up on it.
I asked our history buff,
Okay.
Councillor Elliott, about whether there'd been a brothel in Wolfville, and she, without turning a hair, she said yes.
Wow.
And she told me where it was.
Yeah, not
It was
illegal.
right downtown.
Oh, well,
So is that still allowed?
is a brothel?
I can quickly comment. If it's not listed in the table, it's not permitted.
Yes.
So this is
there.
the permitted uses table. So if you're listed here, you're permitted, and it shows you in which way you're permitted. But yeah, if you're not in this table, not permitted. So no brothels within downtown.
So is this a result of the sort of Baptist prudery that comes with this town or not? Time for break.
I think lunchtime is looking really good right now. Anyway,
Maybe
yeah,
a
no,
quick one.
no, yeah, no, go ahead. Counselor Van Nieker.
I just wanted, could you just clarify what the permitted with conditions are for the short-term rentals in the downtown?
Yeah, so the section in the general provisions that discusses the additional provisions on short-term rentals, I think it's 4.17 if I'm not wrong, those are the conditions. So where in the bylaw you have something explicitly outlined in policy, again, think like the ADUs, for example, section 4.2 in the general provisions, or that additional 9.2, I think, in the R1 zone. Those are additional conditions that are levied outside of just the regular conditions for that use. That's what makes it P versus PC, so those conditions.
And the short-term rental conditions in the bylaw are things like bedroom count, no more than 3 bedrooms, owner occupancy, compliance with the provincial regulation. Mark, I don't have them in front of me. Oh, did you put them up? Fire and life safety.
So, I mean, I guess that's why I wanted to know, because right now in the downtown, you can have short-term rentals without owner occupancy.
Yes. That is enabled.
You don't need to
Yeah.
have owner occupancy, right? Okay, thank you. And it can be more than 150 days. You could run a short-term rental without owning the
Yes.
property, like
Oh.
business,
All year?
all year.
All year.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you.
should that be P or PC?
The short-term rental should be PC
Okay.
because there's additional requirements. It's
Gotcha.
section 4.29 on page 24 of the land use bylaw.
Okay, got it. Did anyone else have anything else on the, Counselor Van Eker, did you have another question? Okay. I think those are all pretty standard from what we've had.
And this was the last one on my list of things you folks have flagged to talk about at the end.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything else on this one, so good. So that's good on this one. So when we I don't know if that's an exhaustive list of everything that was on everyone's radar or not. But
Yep.
if we go ahead, CAO.
No, you finish your sentence and I can.
I don't know
I
if
can
it's
suggest.
finished to my statement. I think I was trying to figure out what, are we gonna take a break and come back and think?
Yeah.
And just, let's take lunch, come back, reconvene, say, what else is missing? Zoning map, thank you. So we'll come back and make sure we touch on everything else that's left, but I think we got through a majority of the stuff, which is great.
Okay.
But
And
let's
what-
just make sure we're comfortable at the end.
And then what we can do as well is, while council is having a break, we'll convene with staff and prepare an appropriate motion should we get to that point that council wants to approve a motion.
Okay, so we are going to take a lunch break and come back around 1:30. Well, let's go 1:45, give
Yeah.
it some time. So everybody has time to eat, right? 12:30, 1:45, 1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, does that give you enough time?
Oh, that
Give
gives
that
us
enough
plenty of time, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had enough time. Get lunch. Okay. We'll reconvene at 1:30.